Shalom, what's up, bro? You can hear me? No, I'm not on live yet. I'm about ready to come on live in a few. Everything is good. Can't complain, bro. Yeah. Oh. All right. Oh, wow. Right. 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 Oh, wow. Sometimes the most I send people in your life to just to know when you need it. You know what I mean? Like, this is what you need, and that's what he did. But I know a Panamanian. Right. Now Sister Rhonda can't get on. You got the link? You got the link? You know, you got her number, send it to her. The link you got on. So what's your side of the argument so I could be the opposite? Right. Right. It was good. You know what it was about? You ever seen that picture of that guy? Like when you see his back, it's all whelped up. You ever seen that picture of that guy that his back is all whelped up? Right. And one of the Mishpaka drummer videos where his back is all whelped up. Well, the movie's about him. That he was a slave that they brought from Haiti. He was a slave that they brought from Haiti. Shalom. Hold on, we on live, bro. My thing just started going live. All right, hold on, family. I'm gonna push your RTL on. They said they could only hear me. They can't hear you. All right. We over here having a whole conversation. Yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna mute your mic right there. Oh man, at least we righteous brothers. We ain't talking bad
Right.
about people.
Right, you know, personal stories, what I just went through from a Christian
I
pastor.
know. That one came on.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. That's funny. That's funny.
Got my Bane in the bass remote. He potty training.
Oh boy. We don't need to we don't need to see that. Shalom, shalom, family. Welcome to another Shabbat Night Talk. My name is Levi. I have my brother Sha'altiel Ben Ray Umeng in the building.
I need Poe. He said, I need Poe. Baruch
I need
Hashem.
I need Poe Baruch Hashem. Oh, his name is Sha'altiel too?
Who, Junior?
Yeah.
Might as well be. His name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel.
No.
God is with me on my journey.
All right, where you sent Sister Rhonda the link?
Okay, and I sent it to her through WhatsApp.
All right, hopefully she gets it.
Yeah. My sister texted me. They could see me. This is
that was funny.
I forget we gotta do double checks with you because you be playing music and talking and nobody be hearing the music. You be by yourself. We gotta always do.
Nah, I gotta no. You know what it is? Is this feature I got on my channel? Let me edit it from now, man, because it always catch me out there. It starts to automatically stream, and I don't want that to happen, like to automatically stream setting. Let me see. Enable DVR, enable auto start, enable auto start. No, actually that's not enabled. I don't know why it does it here with this particular channel. I'm gonna have to look deeper into it to find out what's going on. Yeah, tonight we're gonna listen to some King Malachi new album, White Linen 3. Yeah, he put it out on all platforms. Before he just had he had some thumb drives that he was selling, but now it's available on all streaming platforms, on YouTube, on everything. So
nice. Let me go. I'll worry about that after Shabbat.
Oh, Sha'altiel, they actually couldn't hear you because you was muted. They was hearing everything I was saying, so they didn't hear about your Christian pastor friend.
That's good. At least I got some secrets in Israel. I got.
So I don't know if you heard me last week. Shalom. So everyone out there, tonight's topic, in lieu of the Creator telling us that we will go into captivity with yokes of iron around our necks, to serve a no people, a people that are swift as an eagle, swoopeth down, or a vulture swoopeth down, a people that will have no respect for old or young. And he said that we will be transported on chips with yokes of iron around our necks and shackles on our feet and on our hands. Is that, in terms of us being put in that captivity or being put in that situation by the Creator because of our sins, and now that we are in captivity, scattered to the four corners of the earth, and here in North America, South America, and all the Caribbean islands, and we know that that is trauma to us, and it has been trauma to us for years, and we're still suffering some of that trauma. Is it enough with the slave movies that Hollywood is continuing to put out there? Have we had enough with the slave movies? That's the topic for tonight. Oh, Sister Rhonda's here. That's the topic for tonight. There's a new movie by Will Smith Name Emancipation. Sister Rhonda's in the building. Name Emancipation. So do we have enough of the slave movies? 12 Years a Slave, Amistad. What's the other ones? Rosewood.
Shalom.
There's a new movie by Will Smith. Yeah, you have to mute your YouTube, Rhonda. Rhonda's in the building. Name Emancipation. Your YouTube is on.
Oh, I need to let it go.
Yeah, you gotta mute it. Enough of the slave movies, 12 Years a Slave, Amistad.
Got it.
There you go. So.
Got it.
Yeah. So have we had enough of the slave movies, or is this still part of prophecy, and we should be aware of it, or continue to have it? What's your opinion? The Creator did say that we would go into captivity, but that is us going into captivity. Should it still be in our faces and continuously put in our faces what we went through? Because the Creator said that we will go through it, or we would have gone through it. So that's what we're doing tonight. I got my two co-hosts in the building. I got my brother AzDaDon Reuben, and my sister Rhonda. How y'all doing?
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Love. Sister Shakura Ahava. How you been, my sister?
Shabbat Shalom. It's so good to see y'all. Had a good week?
Yes, it's been a beautiful week. Which HBCU you repping today?
Oakwood University.
Okay, Oakwood. Shout out to Oakwood.
Yeah, it's in Huntsville, Alabama too.
Oh,
they got all the HBCUs in Alabama. How many HBCUs y'all got down there?
We got a lot of them. We had to have a way to educate us down south after.
That's right.
They wouldn't let us in their universities.
That's right.
That's another Shabbat night talk. Should we keep these universities black?
Well,
I want to know, every time you wear one of the HBCU sweaters, is it an Alabama school, an HBCU from Alabama?
Tuskegee, Alabama State. I got a couple of the other ones though, but I rep Alabama hard though.
That's what's up.
We see that.
You look well. You look happy. It's good to see you also.
I feel good. I feel good. You ready for this telethon?
Telethon.
Oh.
Yeah, February 19th. I didn't tell him about it, but he know he's gonna be ready for it.
Yeah, I'm always ready. You know I'm always ready, but
you always on.
Thanks for the heads up. See, that's why we need sisters like you in the crew, man, because brothers don't know how to be, what's the word?
But you did it last year. You already know what it is.
Oh, it's gonna be annual. Okay.
Yeah, we doing it annually. But I think this time I'm gonna bring in Rabbi Chief Binyamin to help us out also, to give us a break every now and then. So I need all your research. I need your corny jokes.
It won't be a thing without corny jokes, right?
Yeah. February 19th, we're gonna hey, listen, it's a good thing, it's a righteous thing. We've been going out there basically the whole 12 months since we did that. Is the Most High God always tells us to look out for the poor and the needy. That's Torah, you know what I mean? That's Torah. So what y'all do and what y'all contribute to us, it goes right back out, and we doing the commandments, because there's a lot of people that can't go out there. They got to work. They have to do separate, and different things, but they do contribute. And last year was a great thing. We were looking at one number, or we were expecting one thing, and y'all exceeded those expectations. So we're going to do it again this year. Already got a lot of artists in line, and this is all music to the Most High. We're going to talk to I see Brother Daoud Akeem is in the building, so I need to reach out to him also. I'm going to email him and send him that information so that we could continue to do the Most High's God's will. at the end of the day, this is all, you know, in glorification of the Most High, and trying to uphold His law, statutes, and commandments. That's all this is about. We try to, sometimes we do topics, and I know some people might feel a way about them, but we always try to connect it with Torah so that we be right in line with the Sabbath. So no difference with tonight's topic, that whether or not it should be done with the slave movie. So with me, I'm gonna go on the side of saying we should be done with them. I think that it's too much trauma. Now, y'all don't have to agree with me. I think it's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of stuff going on, and when we see those things, I believe that it just affects us in a negative way. We continue to see what we went through. We don't know if all the depictions of what they're giving us is accurate. So I believe that, you know, just because of the trauma, not exposing our children to those images, and just saying, I'm not saying to forget slavery, but I'm just saying that the movies I think we had enough of them. So the floor is open for anyone.
When you say we, Chief, are you talking about we as in the Black community or we as in Hebrew Israelites?
As a Black community, I mean, essentially is talking about Black people. Israel, you know, even Israelites that don't know themselves, you know, but we got scattered to the four corners of the earth. So that is my take on it. That is the side that I'm taking on it, that I'm taking on this discussion during this time. Anyone else?
So I'm with you, Chief. Ever since what was that movie that when we bought out the movie theater? Was that Nat Turner? When we all went out?
Yes.
I have been over slave movies for years. You know, I agree with you. I think it's trauma. I think that Hollywood isn't telling it in the best light as well. You know, I like to see more movies on other things like the slave revolts and some of the other things, because they just think that we were just this passive people that we're in bondage. Now, let's just go with the flow. But I do think that we need to start, if we're going to make movies, they need to be good movies for one. It needs to be historically accurate, not just what's made up in this mostly white directors and writers' heads. But I have been over slave movies ever since that Nat Turner movie. I said I don't want to see it anymore. It's just too traumatic. And I think Black people, and I'm speaking as an African American, I think we need to get out there and tell our stories differently than in these movies, because that's only part of the story. So I'm with you on that.
Brother,
well, I'm glad both of you guys mentioned, or at least Ooh said, for the kids' sake and things like that. And so I say that because I invite my eldest son here with us tonight.
That's how we doing it now?
That's how we doing it, man.
All right. Shalom, man. What's up? What's your name?
My name's Christian.
All right, Christian. How you doing?
With a T.
All right.
Shalom.
Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan.
All right.
So I brought him on because I remember as a child, my emo used to take us, before we could go to the movies, we was watching Roots after Shabbat, which was, talk about overkill. You come home from Shabbat Saturday night, and the movie we watching is Roots.
Roots part 1, part 2, and part 3.
One night.
Talk about trauma.
Yeah. But it gave me, as a child, it gave me a sense of, I gotta use my words carefully. It gave me an ill feeling towards a certain group of people, right? Towards, I could say white people, right?
We get it.
We say Lavanim, but
right. Lavanim, you could say that too.
As I got older, we live in a society with them, and all of them are not the same or what have you. But growing up, I had to learn how to differentiate. But all of that came from watching these movies. So first it was Roots, then it was Amistad, then it was Rosewood. And my mother made it her business to make sure that we watched these movies. And so I want to bring in my 12-year-old son because we do the same with him, especially during Black History Month. Netflix has all of the Emmett Till movies, documentaries, and everything Black, all of these platforms, or streaming platforms, they try to emphasize the history of the Black man in America. And so we, coming from North Carolina, where it's part of the Bible Belt, you either Black or you white. There's really not a lot of in between. There's not a lot of mixed races. It's, for the most part, either Black or white. And so, nowadays, children are growing up in schools that are interracial, and not only just interracial, but biracial. I mean, well, are you a bisexual? Right? But they have to learn how to embrace all. They teach you in school these days to love everyone and don't judge anyone. And so sometimes that idea of your history of, they try to teach you equality, but we know as we get older, that equality only lasts for a certain time. And so it's important, I think, to teach our children the history of where we came from so that we don't get too comfortable. But I wanted to introduce my son, my eldest son. He's going to be a teenager this year. We're going to have his bar mitzvah hopefully live on DCB or UZL channel. We'll talk about that. But I wanted him to give his perspective as a young man growing up, coming from North Carolina, seeing the difference of white and Black. And what do you think about the movies that we even made you watch, or a movie like Emancipation, Jenkins? Do you stop making these films, or you think they should continue to make them, and why?
I think they should continue to make them because I feel like it's good for us to know our history. And I feel like if they don't keep on making movies, the younger generation is not going to know. The future generation isn't going to know. So I feel like it's better to make more movies so that we can watch them and that we can learn. And I continue making movies.
Okay. So I have a question for the young man, Tristan. So in terms, are you more attracted to the movies because that's what you're used to seeing things, or if we recommended you books, would it be better for you? Because a lot of the books give you more of the detail. It explains a little bit better the things that are happening. Now, I'm not against learning our history. I'm just saying on the big screen is, they cut out so much of what the history is, and it's also traumatic to maybe not for you, but maybe it might be traumatic to some other people, some adults, some people that are still alive that were sharecroppers and are in their 90s, and they have children that had to help them pick. Actually, there's people still alive that pick cotton, although it wasn't under the guise of quote unquote slavery, but there's people still alive that pick cotton with their mothers and fathers and their grandparents because they were sharecroppers. So in terms of, would you rather read a book? Do you think it's better for you to read a book or to go take a course and quote unquote what they would call African history, where you will learn a lot of this stuff as you growing up, especially college courses and things of this nature, rather than putting it on the big screen and then it's causing trauma on a person? I know it's an extended question, but what do you think about that?
Well, I'm actually reading the book in school, Ghost Boys. It's
Right.
and I read the Nelson Mandela book with my grandmother, and so I like the book. I'd rather read the books because I feel like it gets into the nitty gritty.
Right.
It tells you more about it, which the movie can't show because, it might be too explicit for the audience. Right. And so I read a book than watch the movie, but I get what you're saying when you're coming from. It might bring flashbacks to the older generation that had to go through it. So I feel like the books would be better so that it wouldn't cause that same effect. But I personally like the books better than the actual movies.
So if you like the books better than the movies, then we should get you more books and not let you watch the movie?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Now you do. See?
The great manipulator.
Okay.
I like the books. It's just, for me, I like to watch the movies too. I'm not saying you should give me more books. I'm just saying.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I think the young brother brings up a good point in things that we need to do differently as a Black community is we need to get back to our oral history. So the same way you're talking about, it's still Black people out here that picked cotton. Like that was my dad, and
wow.
And
your father's still alive?
I have some of him on TikTok talking about him picking cotton and how they stopped and the whole thing. I mean, he's 81 years old. So I think I think we need to get back to our oral history. I think that's where we're going to get a lot of things, like my dad can remember my great grandfather and we can talk about those things as well. But I do think we need to get back into our oral history and not movies. All these, most slave movies, I read somewhere in the comments where it says it sparks the interest to make people want to go and read up on slavery or something to that point. I think that's good as well, but it also is traumatic for us. I do think that there's a lot of things that we've done, and I know it's a part of our history, but I do think that there's other things that we should be teaching our children. Not saying not to teach about slavery, because we should, but we need to be in charge of how those movies are set up.
Okay.
I don't think it's a lot of us that are involved in that. I think it's a lot of white writers. I think it's Harriet. We know that Harriet was and when you saw that movie, you knew that was a little far-fetched, some of that stuff that was in there for cinematic reasons. Right. So I do think we need to get back to our oral history, but me personally, I'm done.
I have a couple of questions in the form of statements. I think I do agree with the oral history. And just as a side note, Ooze asked if your Abba was still alive because he's going to plan an interview with your Abba. He's going to schedule a time to get to Alabama. Okay. I know that's what he was thinking. I need to go.
Yeah. My dad loved to talk about that. He loved to talk about Alabama in the 40s, and 50s. So
that was
a
different Alabama is where they used to bring the dogs out. Yeah. Alabama is where what's his name? What was the name of the governor? George Wallace.
George Wallace, yeah.
Segregation today, segregation tomorrow,
segregation forever.
That's what he said. Oh my God. He was different.
Yeah. And then it's parts
Bull
of
Connor. Bull Connor also, right? Bull Connor is in Alabama.
Bull Connor was the chief of police of Birmingham during that time.
Yikes.
Yeah.
And that's where they did the church bombing.
Huh?
Alabama's where they did the church bombing with the little girls.
Yep, and that's where
Yikes.
the lynching museum is in Montgomery and the Civil Rights Museum. You know, it's a lot of history there.
Yeah, y'all got
when y'all ready to go, let's go.
Y'all got it. Yeah, we might need to take I need to go to that lynching music. Like things like that. I mean, it's traumatic itself also, but it's more of a, you go, you check it out, you learn your history, but the whippings like Sha'atiel said, the whippings on the screen, when you get out that theater, it'd be more Caucasians watching those movies sometimes when you go to some movie theaters than black people.
Yeah.
And by the time you get out, you ready to put your hands on them. Yo.
That's the only part about it is learning how to control that, because you got to be able to differentiate. Like, this is a movie, it ain't all, you got to know, especially in the world we live in today, you can't just go out, saying what you want to say just because you in the heat of the moment because you watched the movie. So we do have to be mindful and careful of that and teach that to our children as well. We're watching a movie based on the history, but it doesn't mean that you have to hate everybody such as that,
Right.
But when trauma, you talk about it's too much. I just want to remind, what's the name of this portion this week is YK?
YK, yeah.
And we're talking about slavery and things. We go through these Torah portions every year. We go through the same Exodus. We was in Egypt getting whipped. We go through the same things. What's the difference? And these are written books that we read, similar to what my son said, he'd rather read books. So we read our history of the same slavery in Egypt every year. Every week we read about, we were doing good, then the Most High destroyed us or whatever. We read that. So what's the difference in that versus what we're talking about, the animated versions of movies that we watch?
I think the difference is the visual is more. Only reason why I would say the visual is because that the visuals is sometimes too graphic and it's evoking some type of trauma. When you read it, it's a little bit different. Yes, it evokes a feeling, but you understand, like, reading is a little bit different than actually watching, how can I put it? And I'm sorry that I would have to go to this, but this is like to make my point. Like being a kid watching reading a novel and it gets to a sex scene, right? You're reading a novel, you reading it is not doing, you're just reading it. But if you're actually looking at a movie and you're a child and you're watching a movie with you understand what I mean? With something that's going to do something to you physically, you know what I mean? Rather than just reading it. You get what I'm saying? I think he froze.
I get what you're saying.
That's the best way I could explain it to where you could Did you hear what I said, Sha'atiel?
No, I got frozen. I didn't hear you.
All right, so I was saying the best way I could put it is like you ever, like, when you was younger, you ever read a novel and then you get to a point like, or you reading a book, you get to a point, I'm talking about as a young person when your hormones is going crazy. So you reading like a book and it gets like to a sex part of it, right? That you reading it, it doesn't really, you could read it and you can hear all that crazy what they're saying, but it doesn't stimulate. But listen, but when you watch it, I'm talking about reading. But that has pictures. What I'm talking about, but when you watching, if you're watching pictures or you're watching a movie, that does something physically to you. It's different. It makes it different. And I think that's the best way I could explain it, with the trauma and how it affects you physically or mentally. You know what I'm saying? So I think that in itself, you know,
because you can picture it when you're reading the book. You can picture what you're reading.
You imagine.
Yeah, but you could imagine. But if you don't know anything about that, you just imagine.
Right. You imagine.
It's not. Your body is not light. But when you see it, it's
Right.
a different type of reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's a
that's
different
absolutely correct. And that's honestly, that's another reason why I think we should continue to enforce these movies. It's the same with, and I do not like these sabbatical movies that they put out.
I knew
Abraham,
you was gonna say that.
I
knew you was gonna with all with the white people, with the Caucasian people.
I would really like the Prince of Egypt with the cartoons and the black people. Like my email had one called Green Pastures. Green Pastures is way old. It's a black and white film, but it's an all black crew about Noah's Ark.
Right.
You know, so that one was kind of cool. It was kind of funny because to me it brought it to light. Like you had people out playing craps, and then it was fake dice, and God came down and saw that they was cheating each other with the money, and so he was looking at all of those things. But it was kind of reality, but it wasn't anything too much negative. It was just like, man, they making that much noise and they fussing over there. God don't like ugly. Man, they playing, he's trying to cheat him out his money. God don't like ugly. There was a lot of lessons in the God don't like ugly, and that's why he had to repopulate, you know, with Noah's Ark and all. And it also gave a perspective of Noah, how he had to count the sheep and all of that. But it was an all-black crew. But however, my point is, these movies that they have, the Noahs, the Daniels, the Abrahams, you got Shem, you got, I mean, it's so many of them, David, and people, not people, a lot of people watch these films on Shabbat because they don't want to pick up a book and read. That's right, I said it. They don't want to pick up a book, so it's easier to just click a button and be like, what? I'm still keeping Shabbat holy. It's still in the Bible. But my issue with those movies are, I tell them, it's like I told my children, if you want to watch the movie, fine, but open up the book to the story so that you can read along with the movie so that you know what's true and what's not true. For those same reasons that y'all saying about these slave films, how it might come from a one-sided story, right? This is the story told from a certain perspective, but it doesn't give the full capacity, which is kind of the way I feel about these sabbatical movies. But my thing, why I do appreciate these films, is because will we ever get a clear-cut understanding of what the slave trade was like? When you read it, you know, you could read it and be like, man, that's bad. This is what we went through. But to have that visual, I think it's important that we do feel. Because remember, the Most High put us here in the land of our captivity to bethink ourselves. And a lot of times we get comfortable. And we get comfortable because we got a nice house, we got a nice car, and we got our children, our family, make good money, and we all good. And so that humility or that bethinking ourselves sometimes goes away. And this is me talking from a little experience. We get, as it says in the book, we wax fat and kick. Sometimes we get so comfortable that we just sit back and just be like, oh, it's all good. But the visuals help remind us of the hard times, the struggle that it took, your Abba. You can hear it, and don't get me wrong, I agree with you 100% with oral tradition, because that's how our Torah was passed down. Our history, if you realize from the inception, before there was a written, everything was oral. Even down to Nehemiah and David, most of the stuff was oral. So that's important. That's how we keep our traditions alive. But yeah, we can talk to your Abba, and he can tell us, and we could be like, Dad, you went through that. But if your Abba was to create a film, it's like, whoa, he went through that? There's a difference. And it goes to your point, Ouz, as you know, the feeling that you have seeing it visually. The trauma part, I think it's a little far-fetched. I don't think it's necessarily traumatic to our brains. I just think that if we, at the same time that we watch these films with our children, we have a conversation with our children, just like we did with Tristan here. You know, a couple of years back when we watched the Emmett Till documentary on Netflix. What else we watched?
Malcolm X.
That's what we should be watching, documentaries.
But they still, it's, well, what's the difference?
It's a difference.
Yeah, because documentary is more explaining. They might have pictures or whatever, but when you actually it's like too real. It's like, how do you say it? Some people play the role too well. It's like when I looked at Django, right?
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio was too loose with that N-word. And then it makes me wonder, is that how you really are? Like, some of these white actors is like that N-word rolls off their tongue real naturally. You know what I mean? And then it's like, hold on, man. Like, all right, I know you're acting. I know you're acting. But you understand how it evokes that feeling? Like, yeah, I know you're acting, but let me, you played that role. Leonardo DiCaprio, you played that role too well.
No, there's no such thing. Do we know if he did history or research before that? Like what Will Smith did when he played Muhammad Ali? Like what Jamie Foxx did when he played, was it Ray. Sam Cooke? Ray. They had to tap into a certain energy. So they had to do history and research in order to really take on those characters. So we can't fault him for being a good actor. Let's not.
No. I'm not saying he's not a good actor. What I'm saying is mentally where it takes someone like us. Like if it takes a person like me who's pretty, I think I'm pretty sane, but it takes me to a point like where I have to think whether or not are you really a racist and this is how you really operate. The person that tweaks and that could go over the edge and be like, nah, that's how he really is. You know what I'm saying? I think it's traumatic on any level if we think about it that way.
I think that I forgot my thought. This is why sometimes I like to say it when I get it. But I think that
it's gonna come back.
Yeah, it's gonna come back. I forgot.
Come back. Yeah, but you know, I think some of the trauma is real. Some people like the movies. I watched. Go ahead.
Out the conversation. So, do you think that because of your experiences and your age in life, because somebody mentioned that earlier in the chat, because of your experiences and your age in life, you have that thing versus our children who haven't experienced certain things, they might still be innocent to a lot of those feelings that you have, right? And that's why I say it's important to still have those conversations with them, because we don't want to carry that emotion to our children. We don't want our children to have those emotions, but you know, you've lived and experienced certain things that make you question that. Whereas our children haven't experienced that. And it's important if we show them those films to still have those conversations. And that's one thing Maisha always said to me. You know, it's one thing to watch or do things, but it's still another thing to talk about it afterwards so that you can kind of cultivate that mind not to be an angry, bitter soul.
Sister Rhonda, is there anybody on the things online like questions?
Yeah. I don't want to be butchering these names, but someone said, so we should start taking our children back to museums like we used to do as a youth. That's true. I agree with that.
Aunt Yerusha. That's my Aunt Yerusha in Florida. Shout out to
Aunt Yerusha. I just wanted to make sure I was going to say her name right. But they, people are saying, we should, start taking our children back to museums, and it's other forms of educating our children besides, these movies, which tend to be not accurate. Yes, the slavery part, getting beat, picking cotton, doing that, but it's a lot of other things that happened during slavery. But those are the things that constantly gets picked up in these movies. Now, I don't have a problem when we are trying to like when they did Harriet Tubman, even though I thought it was bad, I can go on and I can go on even to say that I've had a lot of conversations that I just thought that should have been an African American actress doing that. I think it's a different, like we experienced something in our different areas throughout the diaspora than
that was an African American actress?
She was an African actress. And so that's a whole thing. We can talk about that on another thing, but I just think
or you did like that? I didn't hear.
I didn't like that.
Oh, okay.
I just think that we all pull from our own experiences. Slavery was slavery, but African American slavery was different from, what people experienced in Panama or Jamaica or stuff like that. Yeah, you had a master, the overseer, beaten, all that. I get that part. But it was also we, as African Americans, we are some of the only people, descendants of slaves that still live with our oppressors.
Wait a minute. I'm a little confused, Sister Rhonda, because you just said African Americans, but yet you didn't like an African playing the movie. So I'm
saying by experience.
She's saying like the people who the people not what I think what she's trying to say is the people who like the actors who come from Africa, like Lupita Nyong'o or whoever that might, whoever those actors is, like them playing a role that is like
Harriet was an African, like an African American slave.
A slave, right? A slave that came through the transatlantic slave trade. Not saying that Africans are not Africans, but what she's saying is somebody that was on this end of the Atlantic should play that role rather than somebody that's coming from
other
Africa.
side of the Atlantic. Like, and that's where this conversation might change a little bit. And I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but we came from Africa, right? So our history.
But what she's saying is they don't understand the trauma. They don't understand the trauma.
You don't understand. Like we don't.
No. That's not fair. That is not fair. And I'm gonna say that's not fair because there is still slavery that exists in Africa today. Slavery,
but it wasn't the same. What she's saying, it wasn't the same.
And
don't have a feeling towards it. She might have some ancestors that went to slavery as well. Why would she not be able to have it? And that's why I said
I think.
So whether you side of the Atlantic or that side of the Atlantic, there's still history that shows our ancestors. So it's two different perspectives. So she might have a good enough understanding of what our people went through just from a different perspective.
But it's like Akon said. Akon, I heard Akon and the singer Akon. He was like, African Americans need to stop talking about slavery. Like he could overlook it because his ancestors didn't go through the slavery, although we might be connected through bloodline and we might come from certain regions of Africa and all of that. It's like they didn't experience the trauma.
Yeah, and we gotta understand that
I think that's what she's trying to say. I'm not taking one side or the other. I think that's what she's trying to say.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. But I do appreciate the debate, Sha. Like I do appreciate the debate. But what I'm saying is
she's biased for people that came to America. That's what she said. For her black people that came to America.
Emma.
You couldn't find nobody else, but in this particular actress for Harriet, the way she spoke about African Americans, like kind of like some of the things that Akon said about how African Americans, I'm like, and they still let you play this historical figure in history, and you have this gut I don't know. I don't know if it's a hatred. I don't think it's that, but
it's a nonchalant. It's a nonchalant spirit. It's a nonchalant spirit.
I also felt like the brother. He was really good that played Fred Hampton in the Black Messiah.
Right.
But we could have got an African American to do that. That we could have done that. But that's a whole other thing. But go ahead.
So Sister Rhonda don't want me playing no. She don't want me playing. She don't want. Listen, you good. I'll tell you good. She don't want me playing any roles that have to do with North American slavery. You play the Caribbean. You play the Caribbean slave. That's what she's saying.
Right.
I love you, Chief. I love you, Chief Uzal, but you can't play that role. You played about the slaves in Panama and Jamaica and Barbados. That's what she's saying. That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
She said, make a slave movie about Panama. You play that part. That's what she's saying. So you get it? That's what she's saying.
I get it.
But like I said, I appreciate the debate. I didn't want to get off on that tangent, but yeah, I do think that oral history and reading, as the young brother said, and it's a lot of things we could do. And like Rob said in the comments, he said we should make our own movies and documentaries.
I agree.
And we've been doing that. Chief been doing that. He got his. If you look at the YisraEL channel, you know, he has a lot of history from all the elders that talk about whether drums or whether the pioneers from here in America. And I agree with that. I'm not trying to take away from anything. I just want us to not take away from the other side as well. All right? Because there's been trauma on both ends. We looking at just the Atlantic slave trade, but our people, YisraEL, migrated south and we migrated west. We have people in Liberia, that's south, right? We have the Limba tribe. We have Hebrew Israelites in Ghana, right? That's all the way west. How did we get all the way west? And
to all the four corners of the earth, right?
Right. And so, I'm using that to say, like the sister, who was it? Somebody. A Shula YisraEL. She said, I understand my friend from Nigeria talked to me about their trauma, having family stripped away from them who were left.
And that's what they should be making movies about that, because we want to hear about that.
I got quiet, right?
When she started talking about, listen, this ain't the first time I heard her talk about this. So when she started talking about this, she's straight from Alabama. So I'm not even. They trauma down there was different than anybody that came up north. They continue to live in it for.
I can take you to the exact plantation where my family was. You can go through the slave books. So it's deep.
Right.
It's deep. So I guess that's where the passion comes from. But I would love to see movies, because we, not just African Americans, like they said, Brazil has the largest population of Black people outside of Africa. So it's Brazil, and the Portuguese was horrible.
Them and the Spaniards was the worst.
Yeah, they were horrible. So it's not just an African American thing, but I would love to hear about the longing and what happened when we were taken. You know, I want to hear those stories as well. Why can't we make?
What if I did some research in Ghana and Guinea and all of that, and I came back and I did a film and I did a movie? Would you accept that movie? Me being from America, from the cities and streets of New York, would you accept that movie based off I did by going to Africa? What you
gonna be doing in the movie? You gonna do a documentary or a movie?
No, I could document what happened and then put it on film. I mean, right? And
with African actors.
See, and that's the part for me I can't seem to grasp. I cannot. Now they have I can't say this. I know some people who watch African movies faithfully, whether it's about love, whether it's about crime, whether it's about. So there are African movies out there about those cultures and things. Now we might not be privy to it because we're here in America. My point is, I still don't understand how
what
the Panamanians have to talk about the Caribbean thing and Africans need to talk about their thing, and that's still kind of separating us. We all have a history that's connected. Our histories are connected.
Then let's connect them. Then let's connect the dots. Let's connect the dots.
She said connect them, but have the slaves that came to America.
Let them tell their story. And then let the Brazil, like, I can't go and tell go
Rio,
to Brazil
and Rio. You can't go to Rio and talk about what happened in Rio.
What we do have is that we're all part of diaspora, that we all came from Africa. That is the thing that we do. But it's all these different cultures and all these different oppressors that did horrible things to us, but we have been indoctrinated in their way.
Yeah, but that don't mean that I can't be in the film.
What she said?
That don't mean I can't be in the movie.
Listen, I've heard this argument before.
I have connections to it too, so I don't. The discrimination part I don't like. I don't understand why we have to discriminate just based on a geographical, wherever you're born and raised. I because it's all connected, we should. And that's like saying.
So I guess she hated 12 Years a Slave.
Wasn't a fan.
It was two British actors. I mean, an African actress and a British actor.
Yeah.
Mr. Black told me that the Harriet actress is British. She wasn't even African. She was British.
But of African. But her
parents are Nigerian.
Right.
Hey, my parents are Ghanaian.
Yeah. So
your parents, your mama is. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk. You're going to get up out of here with that.
Nah.
So his parents aren't Ghanaian?
No. My Abba's got. When you say Guyana, they got or Ghanaian. No, but Guyana is another Caribbean country.
And his mom, he missed from the South somewhere, right? Her family, right?
Bishopville, South Carolina.
You see? He original, so he could play the role because he got one side in it. He will get reparations.
I was a good boy though.
I can't wait till we get to that topic on reparations, but okay.
There we go.
No, I don't hear
Rhonda, this is all up her alley.
I want my money.
If you can prove that you come from a lineage of slaves, they give you reparations. You got to prove it though. You got to show them the documents.
Prove it. I can prove mine.
Well, let me be your brother for a day, and I'll give you PC of my reparations.
Listen. But yes, today's topic is whether or not, as we read in Deuteronomy chapter 28, that we were, that if we didn't keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Creator, that we would be sent away to a foreign land with a people that had no regard for young and old, with yokes of irons around our neck and feathers of iron around our feet and our hands, and to a no people, and thirst of hunger and in hunger and thirst for all things. And these are, some of the, I'm paraphrasing some of them, but you all know them all. That the Most High God said that He will send us into bondage on ships to a foreign land. So now that we are in this foreign land throughout the diaspora, spread to the four corners of the earth and to all the isles and all the places. Now that they keep making these movies about slavery, is it too much? Are slave movies, have you had it with slave movies, is it enough? And Hollywood should just give that a break and get rid of it. And that's where our discussion began. And that it stems from the new movie by Will Smith called Emancipation. And that was the topic that we came up with tonight. So yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So then, all right, the movie 10 Commandments.
Right.
Comes on.
Should we
not watch?
Some people do not let their children watch those movies. Some people don't let them.
As long as the characters are white, I ain't watching it.
You see, some people don't let their kids watch those movies. And I know that for a fact. I've watched them, you know, so I'm not gonna say I haven't watched them, but I've watched. On a not even a side note, this is a main note. I just want to tell everyone out there that if you know Chief Elazar Ben Levy, we know him as Doc Rofe. He passed away today. So that's for everyone out there. He's one of my first teachers that I grew up listening to. So my condolences go out to Chief Elazar's family, to everyone out there, his Yeladim, his wife, all his children. I pray that the Most High God will give you a peace during this time. And I should have opened up with that, but we didn't even know that we were on, and we just came on. So to everyone out there, to his grandchildren, to everyone out there, I pray that the Creator will comfort you. If you're listening right now, I know that some of y'all are grieving and are going through it right now. But yeah, if you knew Doc, if you knew Chief Elazar, you knew what type of person he was. He was very how do you say it, passionate about Torah. Yes. And you know, Doc was who he was. You know, I could tell you some stories and we could laugh, but may the Most High God bless his memory, and yes. I pray that the Most High God will comfort his family once again. So Chief Elazar, you was a real one.
Yeah,
and
man.
You was a real one, and I pray that the Most High God would have your name for a blessing forever. Hallelujah. So to all his family, Chief Shama, everybody out there, my brother Mikael, I pray that the Most High God be with you all, and pray. And it's a slew of brothers and sisters. So I just you know, I give a shout out to all of them. I pray that the Most High God be with you all. You know, I mean, and I pray that the Creator will continue to heal his family and his wife, Princess Naomi. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
So
yeah.
Can I answer?
Okay.
I hope I'm not butchering this name, but Shula YisraEL. She says that the movie and the storyline or the non-ADOS characters that's the turnoff. It's the non-ADOS characters that's the turn. It's not really the movie or the storyline. It's that white people are playing the black people, and it's the American playing the Africans, and the Africans playing the Americans.
That's smart young man right there.
That's
I know
a smart young man.
I don't know if you passed all that down to him, Child Hill.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised what my children are capable of that I don't do.
He gets it. So he gets me, Sha. He gets me.
Well, he's listening. I just disagree because I don't like the discrimination part. I mean,
it's just I'm from North Carolina. I wouldn't want somebody that's coming from Britain to come play my you know.
Wow.
You know,
teach your Abba.
That's smart. He wouldn't know your North Carolina culture. He wouldn't know how you was.
I'd rather have somebody that's from North Carolina play the role instead of somebody from Britain.
Okay.
Or at least somebody from America play the role that grew up in America.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, teach your Abba.
we already turned the opinion of the young man of the movies, and now he just. You thought you was bringing them for reinforcement for you, and he was reinforcement for us.
He said he don't want to watch the movies though.
Yeah, he said watch the movies, but he said he thought he would get more from the books.
Yeah, because
which is super smart. It's super. He's brilliant. Brilliant.
What I'm talking about, man. You got a genius on your hand over there, man.
Okay.
Young man knows best.
What are you doing next, Shabbat?
They all the way in California. They ain't coming out nowhere.
Yeah, we want you on next Shabbat with your album.
I'm always watching y'all.
Okay.
Being on here. So I thank you for allowing me to be on here.
No problem. You welcome.
You're welcome. You are very welcome.
So I think you took an L tonight, shout out to you.
Look, keep thinking too.
If we look at the comments in the chats, everybody thinks that they should still continue to play the movies because the message has to get out there. My thing is the schools ain't telling these stories anymore. They're not learning these things in schools. They're not learning unless you teach them at home. And the Black community are not doing that. And that's why I asked in the beginning of the show, is you feel like for us as the Hebrew Israelite community, for us as a Black community as a whole, because America is trying to erase slavery altogether. They're trying to pretend if it didn't happen. So unless you write down the stories that your Abba is telling you, right, you pass down the oral tradition, how would we know? It's not in the schools, right? But all the information that you're writing down from your Abba, guess what? You can make a movie out of it, just like Nasi Graf said. We can make our own. It's still a film that we're making to portray our perspective of what happened. And you guys' argument was it's too traumatic. But now you're saying it's not necessarily the trauma, it's the fact that it's the characters who are playing.
No,
we didn't say that.
No, we didn't say that.
I'm not watching any movie that's with white people.
I'm not watching the 10 Commandments. It's just not historically accurate from the people point part. That's why I'm not watching it. But we got two things going on here, Shab. The part with that's not why I don't want to watch these movies. I'm just over it. I'm just thinking, as what you said, we need to start continuing to teach our children at home. I think it was Malcolm X that said what did he say? Wait a minute. Let me get it right.
Get it right.
Something will let his enemy teach his children.
Right.
So these movies, some of it, people get something out of it, like they said earlier in the chat, that, it may pique someone's interest to go and read up on it a little bit more. But a lot of this is being sensationalized for money. This is still America. It's still capital reign. So
and they make money off of us, period. And that's what this country is based off of. And this is why I think they should still listen. We hold so much weight and power in this country that we don't even realize we have. And so if we stop doing things like this, we're taking away from our own glory and power that we have. It takes a village to raise a child, right? So I might tell my big son about Tristan about Nat Turner or Emmett Till, right? But if he only hears it from me, how much weight does that hold? If he hear it from you and them, and then he see a movie, and then it's like, whoa, Abba, you taught me this, but I learned this here too. And there's so much more information that it becomes exciting to learn. So right now, our village is entertainment. It is the streaming platforms. Whether it's music or movies, because they don't have this information in the schools.
I think that realistically, you learn more from books and from maybe taking a course rather than a movie. Sometimes in the movies, and like I said, they take creative liberties with movies. So you're not getting straight facts completely with everything that they're telling you in the movies, and you begin to think that the complete movie is the right thing.
It's the same thing with the sabbatical movies. No, but what it do is it should make you do some research. Just like what Kyrie Irving did. What happened when Kyrie Irving posted that thing on Twitter? What was that book, that documentary?
Yeah.
It used to be one price. Once he posted it, people started going to find out and doing more research, learn more, right? And so that is important. How do we spark thought? How do we get out?
But the documentary is the documentary. We Sister Rhonda said the documentary is okay. She's saying the depictions, or what we're saying is the depiction of men being whipped, women being hanged, these type of things are, there's still people out here that pick cotton. You know what I mean? There's still people out here that have people call them nigger, and they had to accept it. There's still people out here that have people where they couldn't watch when they was walking down the street. They couldn't watch a young white boy in the eyes. They couldn't look him straight in the eyes, and they were adults. Looking them straight in the eyes could get you killed. I mean, I think that those are the things that we're trying to point out in terms of the trauma and what it might bring on some people. I think Brother Shaltiel had to take a sidestep for a second.
So Rob also said that everything to preserve history is useful. These children aren't watching documentaries like that. Yeah, I can see that, but how accurate is the movie? So I understand that.
Hey, Sister Rhonda, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
All right, so once again, I'm hoping I'm not butchering your name, but A. Shula YisraEL said, would you rather the story not be told or the movie not be made for the sake of who's telling the story?
Would you rather?
No, I want the story to be told, but I definitely want the story to be told. And the story, if it's historically accurate, the story is already documented somewhere. Someone just made it into a movie. I want the story to be told.
You just don't want
in a movie form.
I think they're speaking about the biblical. Book. I think they're speaking about the biblical movies. I think that for years, this is the effect of biblical movies and the Ten Commandments, and what begins to happen when you begin to see images. It's like anything. It's like anything, right? How on a radio station they call it programming, right? What is the programming? So, and one day you will hear Lil Wayne 10 times, the same song, 15 times in one day. They're programming you or they're conditioning your mind to like this Lil Wayne song. You might have started out saying this song is garbage, but after you hear it for a whole straight week, 100 times, guess what starts to happen?
You start to like it.
You start to like it. So it's the same thing with these movies, right? It's a program, and if we I think what she's trying to say is that if we continue to feed this to the psyche of our children, that our children will begin to believe that Moses and Joshua and Caleb and Aaron and Miriam and all of these people were Caucasian.
Yep. And representation matters.
It's not that the story is not good enough. The story is good. But I think what she's saying is like, you ever seen the doll test? You ever seen the doll test that this woman used to give the black kids? And she used to put the white doll and she used to put the black doll, and then she would ask the black kids which doll is the pretty doll. And every time the black kid would say it was the white dog with blonde hair and blue eyes, not the dog that looked like himself or herself. That is the psychological brainwashing that we've been getting. That every billboard we go past, we see blonde hair, blue eye. That's beautiful. Every TV show that we see blonde hair, blue eyes. That's beautiful. And it's like it's a programming. So why would we? All right, we went through watching biblical movies with Caucasian people playing roles of people of color. Why would we repeat the cycle with our children and ingrain in their psyche that these people look this way? And I think that you just muted yourself.
This is the part where I talk about the conversations you have with your children. We ain't saying send your child to watch the movie and then that's be it. You have to continue to communicate with them because look, even though you saw this movie like this ain't really how it went down. This, da. You could be able to fill in the blanks, like especially you, Sister Rhonda, who has the direct history from Alabama, to be like, well, this part was true, this part ain't true. And that's what I do with these David movies and these Abraham movies. We get the book and we read along with the storyline and say, no, that ain't accurate. But what it does is it gives you an idea or understanding of a visual of the perspective of what it could be like. We read these stories in the Tanakh, but we have no clue of what the feeling and stuff that they was going through. And we read it all the time. And we read it from hindsight. So much so that we're like, well, we know that this is the real reason why it happened because, you know, this person had to do that because da-da-da-da. We reading it in hindsight, but them people experiencing it had no clue what was going to happen. This is why they was murmuring for water. This is why they was complaining about food. They complain because they out there in the desert like Moses brought us out here to die. That's a real feeling. But how would you know that if you never been to a desert? How would you know that if you never saw a desert in a movie to get an idea of the murmuring that they were doing? So you need a visual to give you an understanding of what slavery was like, what our people was going through. Documentary.
I don't think, all right, we're talking two different things. Now we're talking biblical movies, and we initially started talking.
It's all the same to me in the sense that as much as I
don't think it's all the same.
As much as I do not like these sabbatical movies, it gives an idea. But now we can cross-reference this movie along with our data, our information, our truth, and we can talk to our children and say, you know what, even though Kingz, it says Saul, you know, was Goliath was a giant on that film, he ain't look like a giant, but his bed was 13 cubits. You know how much 13, it's like, you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The way they put the film, because it's Hollywood, they'll put Emmanuel next to me and make me look like a giant. Emmanuel's only 2 years old. Or they'll put Tristan next to me and make me look like a giant. I'm only 5 feet. We can be like, nah, a giant was really like 10, 12 feet tall. But the movie, they got to do it like this because X, Y, and Z. Those conversations are still important to bring out the truth to your child, to help cultivate the emotional feeling that your child can grasp. I tell you, watching Roots, I was going outside like bloop, 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 bloop. But my emo was like, look, you can't do that. You can't go to school saying X, Y, and Z because we still living. So it gives me an understanding. But now I can hold on to, yo, we went through a lot. And that feeling, I can never let go. That feeling we need to always have because we can't get too comfortable and complacent in this country. Now, you, Sister Rhonda, you have your Abba there to help remind you. That keeps you grounded. Everybody don't have that. I'm from the streets of New York. You heard? I'm from the streets. You didn't have that. And so for somebody like me watching Roots, I was like, whoa. I took pride in Sha'altel, even though I still let people call me Sha. My emo hates Ma. But that whole Kuta Kente versus Toby was a real thing.
A real thing.
How he got whipped to be called Toby. So take pride in your name as Sha'altel. Take pride in your name as Caleb. Take pride in your name as Uziel because people fought the same way as we shouldn't even call each other the N-word. And this is another thing. We could talk about how everybody else, the white person can't call us the N-word, and this one can't call us the N-word. But now we can call each other N-word because it's a term of endearment. It's foolishness. It's foolishness. When we had people like, and no disrespect, but the older generation who was raised in the 40s, 50s, and 60s died not to be called that word. And we use it so loosely like it don't even matter. But now if we had movies that showed that, yo, he called me an N-word, like if we had a whole movie called the N-word, a whole movie just based on the feeling of Moses and, I mean, not Moses, but Martin and Malcolm and all that they fought not to be called that word. If there was a movie, it would paint a different picture. I bet you people won't be calling each other N-words anymore because they've seen it, the pain, the fight that our people went through. We losing that. We can't lose that energy. We can't lose that feeling because if you lose that feeling, you get complacent, you get too comfortable. Then guess what? You think you like every other Tommy and Harry and everybody else out here. Listen. We need to continue to hold on to that feeling. And I'm saying this because the one and only time, and I have to say my condolences as well to the family of Chief Elazar. I remember I was a young man in my between 19 and 25, maybe 18 and 25. And the one and only time I saw him, I went to his house for Shabbat and he did service. Chief Elazar, AKA the doctor. And when I saw the way he was talking about how we have to eat and how we have to dress and how we have to live, it motivated me. It gave me energy. It made me want to really live like that. But of course, I went back to the Bronx and, but if we had that, we can't lose that fire. We can't lose that zeal.
Okay. All right.
But we don't need a movie.
Can I cut it right? You just say his words motivated you. You didn't say it was like a movie reel of him. It was his words. It was his word. It was his words that motivated you.
If you don't have him on video, well, I don't know if you're doing that. But if
I got a bunch of audio of him.
But if people didn't know it, to see it, you could be like, whoa, he was really like that. See, I could tell a story to Tristan about him. But if he didn't, you got to see it to believe it.
You got to hear it.
You got to see it to believe it. That's what our people need visual. Don't act like that. Because as soon as we came out of Egypt, what do? We created a golden calf because we need visual. Our people need visual.
That's what got us in trouble. That we need a visual. God said, God told Moses, hold on. God told Moses, make sure, he said, you saw no similitude. All you saw was a burning bush. So make sure that you don't create you something because you saw nothing.
No,
all right?
Moses saw something.
We don't need...
That's my point. A visual. Moses saw something. I was like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe what I'm seeing. The bush is burning and it's not consumed.
Because if I just hear a voice, I'm not going to be like, oh, that's God. I'm not really going to follow it. I just a random blue, a voice just coming to me, telling me to go all the way back to Egypt.
Yeah, but that's what God said. Hear my words. Hear what I say. He told Moses, he said he covered his face. He said, and he saw his hind part. He said, because you cannot contain. He can't contain the sea God. He said, man can't look upon me and live. So therefore, what's more important? Hold on. What's more important, the visual or the word? What's more important, the visual or the word? According to Torah, what's more important, the visual or the word?
I'm gonna tell you this. The Most High said through signs and through wonders. All right. Coming out of Egypt, we had 10 plagues was visuals. The Red Sea parting was visuals. All of those things was visuals. And that's why it was like, how dare y'all build the golden calf when you saw all the wondrous works of the Creator already, right? So the visuals are still important, so much so that the people wanted to feel God at Mount Sinai. And it was thunder and lightning and earthquakes and fire and all of this stuff, but nobody could see where it was coming from. There was always visuals is what I'm saying. The Most High always gave us signs to help us see. So let's not act like those signs and wonders weren't visuals for us, all right? They do go hand in hand because our people in the wilderness, we have manna, but it ain't enough. I need more. We need more. We need quail. So we always was that type. And the Most High appeased us by giving us these signs as visuals. So I'm saying Visuals are important.
Very important.
The signs were exactly what you say, signs.
Yeah, just like the sun and the moon. We could see those, can we not? Visuals.
Can we see darkness? Can we see darkness?
Yeah, yes. Look outside, it's dark. I can see darkness outside.
So you could see through darkness.
I can't see through darkness, but I can see darkness. If I'm in a room with light and it's dark out there, I can see dark out there and there's light in here. You can see darkness. And you can feel darkness too. The darkness was so thick that they felt it. Ain't that what the book said?
So is that visual or is that physical?
It was
both.
It was visual. You know why it was visual? Because in Goshen, was it dark in Goshen?
No.
Was it thick dark? Thank you. So people was able to see the darkness on the other side. And that shows even more the power of the creator. How is it light in Goshen, but it's darkness over there in Patros? It's a visual.
I like your comeback because I had you on the ropes with the word. I had you, huh. You fought out of that one.
I was like Ali, I was rope doping you. I can take it.
Oh my goodness. But all right, so I don't know how far we could go with this discussion. I do have some new music to play. I don't know if I want y'all to I got this new King Malachi on White Linen 3. Y'all want to listen to this with me? Then we could come back to the discussion if you want to.
Sure.
So I'm gonna play the first. I got one track here. The first track that I see here is We Need You, right? King Malachi, White Linen 3. It's on all streaming platforms. So here we go.
living this way, we wouldn't listen to Yahweh. Look how we living nowadays. Deuteronomy 28. So much blood nowadays. Seem like we stuck in a maze. Way too young for a grave. Everybody wanna get paid. Murder their brother just to get paid. Y'all elders need to pray for us. Too many baby mamas gotta cry for us. Too many mamas gotta cry for us. We mainly used to fight what done become of us.
Now his stomach could be hurting. This is Malcolm X's nightmare. Marcus Garvey, I shed a tear. We fell off uncontrollably, drink beer. Our babies sipping lean, our baby mamas, they popping pills. Blood spill, I could take you deeper to drug deals. Satan on our heels, we need Yahweh, come and take the wheel. Restore the field, raise the side of the cotton field. Give us back our zeal, one man, run through 1,000 shields.
We were mighty once upon a time. Father, help me open up their eyes. Ain't nobody ever have to die for us to receive eternal life.
what y'all think about that first song?
It was too fast. It was too quick. Was that an interlude? It wasn't even 2 minutes song.
That's a 3-minute song, bro.
I need to hit, man. That song was nice, man. It just needs to be a little longer.
You back.
It gotta be a little
call
longer.
Him back. Call him back.
You know
we live and direct.
We live. I didn't know he was gonna do a 2-second song.
That's what I said. It was too short.
It's a 3-minute song.
It was nice, but
the name of that song is called "We Need You" from the White Linen 3 album. Also, congratulations to Sister Ruach and our brother Rob Ze'ev. I see that y'all had a they had a baby this week, I believe.
Oh, nice.
So another addition to the Ze'ev family. So may the Most High God bless the babies, bless all the babies, and continue to be with y'all. And may He heal. May He heal I know she went through a C-section, so that's a little bit rougher. So we pray that the Most High God be with our sister Ruach, and heal her. And it's a blessing when we add on to the nation.
You know, I was thinking, and what Shah said during this little 3-minute intermission, it went by fast. My mother, when I was hard-headed, as a teenager or a young person, she used to always tell me, she was like, you know what, Rhonda, you don't think blood is red. Can't nobody tell you it's red. You got to see that it's red. Basically, you got to go about it the hard way. So I'm going to end this discussion on my end to say, maybe for me, I'm done with slavery movies. Shah, you're not done with slavery movies. And there's other people that might not, that need that. But personally, for me, I'm done.
That's a good point of view.
I'm a little confused with that point of view, though. It's a little contradictory. Said, mother told you got to see red. You got to see. I've seen enough, but
I've seen enough.
Oh, you said
seen enough. Like I don't need to see. I don't need to see any more. Now, go ahead.
I understand that, but this is what I had to learn growing up in the Hebrew Israelite community, right? People used to say, I do it for the kids. I do it for the kids. We got to keep this going for the kids. And after a while, I was like, bro, I got this. I don't need to hear this, this chief talking, that chief talking, this moray telling me the sigil. I done heard this sigil a million times. But when I started having children, I was like, you know what? I got to keep this repetition going for the children.
For the kids.
I understand it for you as an adult or somebody who has the history and the knowledge and information. But what about the children?
I'm still a big proponent of teaching now. I got to tell you, I tell the story a lot. I grew up in a Black bubble. Like I didn't go to school with white people. I only went to school with Black people. All of my teachers were Black, from elementary school
Your
through college.
Was Black. Your doctor was Black.
Everybody was Black. Right. So I grew up in a different kind of bubble where I was always taught Black history. I never had to scrape around and try to get information, just try to put information together. I was always, so my experience is probably a lot different from a lot of other people, like you said, New York. So my experience is different. So I am a big proponent on teaching it rather than putting children in front of a movie and say, okay, this is slavery. This is how this works, but I get it, but it just didn't.
So I have another question. Do you think that the entertainment part is a mockery of the whole slave thing? Do you think it's like a mockery almost?
Say that one more time.
Do you think like the slavery movies and the entertainment aspect of it? Do you think it's like a mockery?
I do, and I think that it's. I do. I think it's a mockery, and I think that the intentions behind it may not always be to get the history out, but Black trauma sells. It's not just the slavery movie. It's the movies about, Black women being prostitutes and on drugs and the Black men out of the home. It can go on. Like I can talk about a lot of other things in movies when it's concerning Black people that I don't like and I don't want to see. It's not just slavery. I just think we do need to keep teaching our children this history, and there's so many other avenues and platforms to teach them besides a movie that's not always in our best interest.
How many movies about the Holocaust are there?
Good question.
I could only remember one, Schindler's List.
That's the only one.
And that was done by Steven Spielberg,
Jewish.
Steven Spielberg telling
and I believe his mother, I think his parents or his mother, someone was a survivor of the Holocaust. I think he had family members. I don't want to quote, but I don't think that Jewish people want to relive their trauma constantly. But they have enough programs to let you know that the Holocaust happened. And they went after everybody. Just the other day, they convicted a German woman that was 97 years old. They convicted her to 5 years in prison because she was a secretary in one of the concentration camps. So they'll rather put action to their trauma or what happened to them rather than make a bunch of movies showing how they were thrown into ovens and how they were thrown into gas chambers and things of this manner. You know what I mean? So some people, I don't think the Japanese make movies, a bunch of movies about Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the two cities that were bombed with atomic bombs. You know what I mean? I don't think they make a bunch of movies about that because that's traumatic to them in their history. I think that's the argument for some people, that it's too traumatic for them to continue to watch these type of movies and to keep throwing it out there and to mess with people's psyches.
And if you think about and there's no such thing as the best slave movie, but we all know Roots. And we know, we always go back to that movie. I don't know how many people go back to 12 Years a Slave and all the other ones, but we'll watch Roots. And that was told by Alex Haley, a Black man. And it's something to be said. We could have just stayed with Roots and we didn't need another one. But that's me.
All right.
Go ahead, Shaw.
I think that was great points. That's why I got quiet. that was good, man. That was good. And but like she said earlier, America being a capitalist country, they don't discriminate. They'll make movies about Pearl Harbor. They'll make movies about their destruction, it don't matter whether Black or white. Right. So they'll gain. And so it's almost like this, right? I'm gonna take it a step further. When you go through a certain traumatic experience, in order to overcome that experience, or not even that, if you have any type of addictions on it, they tell you what, you have to face it first, right? You have to acknowledge it for what it is and be able to talk about it in order to move on. And I look at it maybe as one of those things, right? Maybe in order for us to be able to move forward and not hate a certain class of people, we have to face the trauma that we went through. And I understand the mockery part. That's why I asked that, because sometimes it's like, yo, you trying to play me, like you trying to make fun of our history. So I understand that part, but at the same time, is it something that we should shy away from? Is kind of where I'm getting, and that's why I'm like, I like the visuals, because I don't want us to shy away from it or pretend like it didn't happen. So I'm kind of, that was a great point y'all just brought up. But my Isha just brought in, like, they have other movies about Hiroshima and certain things like that, and they talk about it in schools and everything. So I think history is important to be told, and I think our debate is, how do we tell the history? Do we tell it from a book or a teaching, or do we tell it from a visual of, a movie? But at the end of the day, we all agree that the information should be told.
Yeah.
And I like to find something that we can agree on. And so we're going to work with you, Sister Rhonda, and get a documentary about Alabama. And we're also going to work on creating tourist attractions in Alabama so that we could send our people to you, and we could put them in hotels, and you can take them out to wherever they need to see the museums and all of that, and the cotton picking places that we.
And the further you go south, I'm from Northern Alabama, but the further you go south, the blacker it gets. So
what
you're
is that?
going to. That means it's their whole towns that are just black people. It's part of the Black Belt. So once you get outside of Montgomery, Alabama, and you start going south, like you got G's Bend, where they're known for their quilting during slavery, how they used to, the slaves used to make the quilts. But these are all black towns.
How many like communities that serve the Most High in those towns?
Well, I come from an Israelite community in Huntsville, but in the further you go south, I think it's only one.
That's the Bible
I
Belt,
do think
bro.
there's a community in Birmingham, and I do think there's one as you go a little bit further down in the Black Belt.
The reason why I asked that is because we're in the age of information, and there's I know in North Carolina, a lot of churches who said we're no longer Christians, we're Hebrew Israelites, and everybody in the church just transformed and started serving the Creator, and it just gave up on the New Testament. And so I asked that because we could see, especially coming from places like that. I'm always curious about this, because like the Chief, he mentions it a few times in his teachings, and that's where I got it from. We came here on the slave ship, the good ship Jesus, and we can all realize, we all knew that we didn't know how to speak, read, or write English. So what language was it before we came on here, and before we came over here? And I was often curious as to these places such as Alabama that has this history, but yet still don't want to accept Torah. How is that? If you know that they had to teach us this New Testament, they had to teach us all of these things, but yet we still don't want to accept Torah. How is that possible in places like Alabama?
This is a whole other conversation, but yeah, total indoctrination. Black people don't want to give up their Jesus, and it's gonna be people like us that have to spread this news. Like, it's people that are on, like my brother-in-law. He was the one that brought us in the way. Like, he left the Seventh-day Adventist church, and he was, started studying with the camp in Nashville, and he was a deacon in the church and everything. And he was saying, I learned this new thing, and it just makes sense to me. And then he started teaching, and he brought in so many family members, so many people. That's how it's going to have to be done. I do think that you get in these little small towns, and even though the internet is there, people are still stuck in their ways. So they need to see us. They need to see us there. They need to see how we study, see how we worship. Now, here you go. See, I can't tell you about it, but we can see it. I got you. See how I did that? Brought it together.
Yes, beautiful.
Yeah,
it looks like I'm winning this one.
Yeah. So yeah. It's a whole. The majority of Black people are in the South.
And in Alabama, tell him about the sundown towns that they still exist.
Still exist. Sundown towns. There's a town between where I'm from, northern Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, and Birmingham. So it's 80 miles between Huntsville and Birmingham. There's a town called Coleman, Alabama. And you've seen it before because Trump went to go do one of his rallies in Coleman, Alabama. Wow. Those are towns that we've been talked about. I've been taught as a little child, or as I got older when we used to travel, like, make sure you fill up, make sure you don't stop in this town, make sure you know. So those things were taught to us, you know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's real.
About that part.
Yeah, it's real.
And see, sometimes that information like that be in a movie.
Yep. Yeah, right.
You don't realize how many subliminal messages be in these. We don't watch movies to get messages and lessons. And I was taught everything that comes on American screen there's a message behind it trying to teach you something. But we're looking at the entertainment part that we've missed the messages that's in these movies. But I never heard that about no sundown town not to go there.
Yeah, don't stop there. Don't let the sun catch you. Don't let the sun come down on you while you're there. You can stop there for gasoline or whatever, but when the sun go down, make sure you have enough gas to go ride through that town.
Yeah.
Trump did a rally there.
Yeah.
Trump did a rally there. It's a whole thing, and it's just not Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi.
Was there black people at that rally?
It probably was his one African American that follows him everywhere.
The one that he propped. No, the guy with the slick hair. He props him up. He put him in the back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he be having that sign. I saw him. With
Blacks for Trump. Yeah.
I like that guy.
Somebody said Cali has them also. Mordecai said Cali has them also. Some places upstate. Some places upstate New York don't get caught.
Yeah.
Don't get caught out there.
And I think we know, you know, you guys know, especially in New York, you know, towns that you don't need to be in after dark. They might not
in
be
New York, in New York City, there was neighborhoods you couldn't get caught in. Bensonhurst, you couldn't get caught in Howard Beach. Black people got killed in those. I mean, now is maybe a little bit different, but back in the 80s.
You couldn't get caught in certain black areas, man. What you talking about?
Well, that was different. Right? That was just our ignorance. I'm talking about with hatred for the color of your skin. You know, you had Anthony oh man, I can't for Yusuf Hawkins. That was in Yusuf Hawkins. That was in Howard. No, that wasn't Howard Beach. Yusuf Hawkins was Bensonhurst. And what's the guy name, man, in Howard Beach? Man, I know his nephew and I forget, man. I'm forgetting his name. He'll come back to me, but that was serious back then. You wouldn't be in certain neighborhoods at no time of the day. You know?
Yeah. I think there was a documentary. Here we go again, me and my documentaries. But there was a documentary on Yusuf Hawkins.
Yes, there was on HBO.
But did you see the
one black guy that was amongst the Italians?
Yeah, and did you see when you look at the hate that they had? Mm-hmm. It's the same type of hate that you saw back in the 50s and 60s when we was trying to integrate schools.
Yep.
You know, it's the same thing.
Yep.
See, my nephew's on here.
William Allen.
Yeah.
Shalom, William Allen. Your auntie's in here schooling. She's in here schooling us about Alabama and all the different things down there. We need to go down to Alabama.
She's schooling thug life.
He's a not a chemist, but something like that.
Ain't your son like an engineer? Ain't your son
Yeah,
got a degree?
yeah.
No, what is your son?
And he was educated by a historically Black college, TSU, Tennessee State.
Okay.
Okay. They smart. We smart. But,
all right.
Yeah.
So what we gonna do is we gonna play. All right. People said they want to hear that song again. Y'all want to hear it again?
Yes, please. That song was fire, man. It sung to my soul, but it was just too fast. I wasn't ready.
So it's 17 songs. So we're gonna try to go through these songs because people requested it. This is actually a 3-minute and 6-second song, so it's not a short song.
Okay.
Not for the not for the extent. Y'all just wasn't paying attention, but I'm gonna play it again. So William Allen said, yes, a chemist. He's a chemist. So we got chemists in the midst of us.
His Hebrew name is Jehoiakim.
Jehoiakim.
Yeah.
Okay,
Queen.
so here we go. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel.
We need you. 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 We done lost our way. We need you. We need you. We need you. We done lost our way.
It's our fault we're living this way. Wouldn't listen to Yahweh. Look how we living nowadays. Deuteronomy 28. So much blood nowadays. Seem like we stuck in a maze. Way too young for a grave. Everybody wanna get paid. Murder their brother just to get paid. Y'all elders need to pray for us. Too many baby mamas gotta cry for us. Too many mamas gotta cry for us. We mainly used to fight what done become of us.
Now his stomach could be hurting. This is Malcolm X's nightmare. Marcus Garvey, I shed a tear. We fell off of control, we drink beer. Our babies sipping lean, our baby mamas, they popping pills. Blood spill, I could take you deeper to drug deals. Satan on our heels, we need Yahweh, come and take the wheel. Restore the field, raise the side of the cotton field. Give us back our zeal, what man run through 1,000 shields.
We were mighty once upon a time. Father, help me open up their eyes. Ain't nobody ever have to die for us to receive eternal
That was not 3 minutes.
It's 3 minutes, bro. 3 minutes right now and 11 seconds. What can I say? I didn't make the song. That's 3 minutes. All right, so the next song is Sit Down With Me.
Timeline. Oh my God.
So many gave up on the Bible, they ain't sat down with me. I really mastered the scripture, they need to sit down with me. So many gave up on the Bible, they need to sit down with me. With me, they need to sit down with me. So many gave up on the Bible, they need to sit down with me. I really mastered the scripture, they need to sit down with me. So many gave up on the Bible, they need to sit down with me. With me, they need to sit down with me.
Understand that you're tired of the lies. I grew up with all of the lies. I mastered the book, now I drive. Some scholars, they wanna collide. I'm out of the book like a tribe. I put it on track like a scribe. ABC, I teach you the script. Wisdom all in my eye, yeah. Everybody trying to teach, but they ain't have enough time, yeah. They might have a little knowledge. Malachi can't get them polished. Yeah, I'm from the root, I got the minerals, I'm a general. I can't erase you the pinnacle, even if I had a twin, we can never be identical. I am original.
Show you the way, I can show you the way, I can show you the way. Show you the way, I can show you the way, I can show you the way. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So many gave up on the Bible, they ain't sat down with me. I really mastered the scripture, they need to sit down with me. So many gave up on the Bible, they need to sit down with me. With me, they need to sit down with me. So many gave up on the Bible, they need to sit down with me. I really mastered the scripture, they need to sit down with me. So many gave up on the Bible, they need to sit down with me. With me, they need to sit down with me.
I'm almost 59, that means something I can't not tell you. The most I come, y'all better repent. The most I come, King Malachi, y'all know I'm coming. Oh no, I ain't talking about Zeus, I'm talking about the one who came to see Moses. Ain't nobody on earth ever spent no time with the real Most High like Moses. Reading Quran, yeah. Read Genesis to Deuteronomy. Read it again, yeah. You gonna see, yeah. Ooh. We are the people really from the book. Y'all didn't know it's really our book. Children of slave ships. They told us we niggas, we really more ancient.
Yeah. First half of the Bible is really a culture. If you came on a boat, it is really a culture. Yeah. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But I take it back all to Adam. I break it down to an atom. Show you the way, I can show you the way, I can show you the way. Show you the way, I can show you the way, I can show you the way. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that one is called Sit.
I'm noticing King Malachi like to get straight to the point.
That one is 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
He like to get straight to the point. Sit down with me if you want to hear some scriptures out of Master Torah. Sit down, let's talk about it, and I'll show you the way. All right, peace out. I gotta go.
We got our brother Ze'ev in the building. I think
yes.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
How y'all feeling, man?
Doing good. What's up with you, my brother?
Bless. Thank you for allowing me to come on the channel.
Okay.
I love you, YisraEL. But I couldn't sit back, man. I had to chime in. You already know me, man. I couldn't sit back no more. I got to chime in.
So let's see what's on your mind.
You know, I got an 8-year-old daughter who don't get taught that she had a black president in school. Do you know in the Milwaukee public schooling system that they teach that we came over here as indentured servants? They teaching that in school now. So the moment we get lax and we start thinking like we ain't got to talk or reiterate or remember the past is the moment we'll forget. I got a 5-month-old kid in my arm. He ain't going to know nothing about even a smidge of it. So it's my responsibility to teach him. But also visually it's for him to see as well. So it can constantly, be seen. My Abba was born in 1933. If God bless him to be here today, he's 90 years old. He had a lot to share with me. And one thing he always told me, never forget what I teach you or tell you about this nation of people. And not even only that, visually, when I went through school, they only taught you certain things. And now they removing that out of the school system. So the moment we say we get tired of seeing the same narrative, I get it. Me personally, I don't like the slave agenda. I don't either. But we still need to have that. It's a constant reminder of what we haven't even been through. We wasn't picking cotton. We wasn't getting whipped and beat. I mean, today in a different form and fashion we are. We just call it punching the clock and we get paid to do it. But back then, we don't know what that's like. And then when we hear about it and we reiterate on it, it's like, dang, really? So now we got a younger generation coming up that's not even thinking like we used to get beat. We used to have to pick cotton, this, that, and the third. So also not being in this walk of life for a lot of our brothers and sisters who don't even know themselves, not even on the Israelite perspective, but as a positive, motivated person of color, you have to remember some of your place. What's the greatest saying? You got to know where you came from in order to know where you're going. So the moment we start throwing everything out the window that we've been through because we feel uncomfortable or we feel like it's a conditioning or it's no, we have to constantly remind so we can remember everything we've been through. Ain't that's why we hearing this plight? Didn't our forefathers make errors and stuff that we know nothing about? And then we forgot all about it, but now it's coming back to us.
I think the argument was the trauma that it causes some people. I get what you're saying. You know, we've seen the Roots movies, we've seen Amistad, we've seen 12 Years a Slave, we've seen now the new one, Emancipation. We've seen what was it? Rosewood.
Rosewood.
We've seen it's so many movies that we've seen. And I think that it was more so the fact of not that we don't teach our children, we have to teach our children, but the fact of, you know, you got documentaries out there like Buck Breaking, eugenics, the documentary about eugenics and how black people were being sterilized, and then that same concept was taken to Germany, and that's what Hitler began to do with the Jewish people over there and with anyone that was not Aryan. You know what I mean? They started doing it to everyone. So I think documentaries, like I'm more into the documentaries than the movies myself.
Me too.
Because I think the documentaries get more detail and they explain more.
Okay.
What's the other documentaries that are out there in terms of?
Hey, if you don't mind, can I interject 1 second?
Yeah.
You said it's the trauma. So when you say the trauma, I mean, I'm probably the youngest one on here, but I'm 100% sure we didn't go through that trauma. So we can't really speak on that. I can't say that. I can't speak for everybody. But the trauma you're saying people went through, those are older generations of people. And I'm pretty sure those generations of people don't have no issue speaking on it because they looking at the younger generations today like, if y'all only knew.
Right. I have trauma for you though that stems from slavery, and this is why I think we need to watch movies like this. When a black male gets arrested by the police beat up that black male. The black male go to jail with busted lip, busted eyes, and they're similar to the Rodney King thing or whatnot, right? A lot of times the officers get off, and we wonder why these officers are getting off when they murdered or beat up a black male in the street. But when you understand the system, and I'm gonna say that, and where we came from as far as slavery, that thing, slavery, which was never freed, it was just abolished, right? We were never freed. This is why certain things like that, officers are able to get away with, who carry that badge, because that's part of the whole slave thing, and that's part of the trauma that I think they're talking about. So we don't want to see our people getting whipped and stuff with, because we see that every day in the streets with cops beating us up, right? So, but we don't know how to tie the two together. We don't know that they're all in one. And so the trauma part, we do experience that trauma part when you see the dude in New York getting choked out for selling cigarettes and cops walk off. We see the trauma. The Black Lives Matter movement, every time a black person is shot in Georgia or something like that. So we see the trauma, but we don't know how to relate it to the world of slavery as we knew it in the 1800s. And this is the part why I think movies are still valuable, why they're still important, because none of this stuff stopped. It just transformed. As he said, now we might punch a clock. But I like to remind you all, slaves used to get paid too. Back in the days, and you could talk on that, Sister Rhonda. They might not have gotten paid a lot, but they got a nickel. They got a little penny here and there. You know what I'm saying? So
slaves ain't get paid nothing. That was a chattel slavery. They owned you. They owned your children. Slaves ain't get paid nothing. Or they got paid no money.
I'm gonna have to interject on that. Back in the 1800s, they was getting they got a little something. I knew about that from what perspective of my great grandfather and my granddad. Because sharecropping was, because my family's originally, my bloodline come from Montgomery, Alabama.
Sharecropping, they got paid minimal. We talking about slavery, and at its height, when it was slavery, you got paid no mind.
No,
get out on that field. You sick? Get out on that field. That was a chattel slavery, and they sold you, and they mated you with whomever they wanted to mate you with. You had no rights. You were the same rights as an animal. They mated you, but sharecropping, yes, you got paid minimal because they wanted to keep you in that land. You constantly owing that land. You know what I mean? So you got paid a nickel, you got paid this, you got paid that. Yeah, in that sense, you got paid, but you wasn't making anything. But during slavery, like before it was quote unquote abolished, you got paid no mind. That's what you got paid. You know what I mean? I know that for sure, for certain, that's you didn't get paid anything.
Yeah, that the sharecropping was what robbery. You got. Yeah, and it was robbery because you were the people whose land you were on. You were also a lot of people, Black people, lived on that same land, which were former plantations. Lived on that land, so you owed the money. Just went right back to the white man that owned, in the white family that owned that land, and probably owned their forefathers as slaves.
You know what? I think somebody just made a great point on the chat. Zamira Levy said, "Important to see some, but not to keep watching." I think that's a great point, because I think that the problem is not like we watch Roots. We all watch Roots. We all know about Kunta Kinte and Kissy, and you know what I mean, and you know what I mean. I wouldn't, and What's Your Name, Toby. You know what I mean. We seen that. We all grew up with that, watching that, right? We seen movies about slavery. We seen Rosewood, and but then after a while, I think what really gets you is like you go to a movie theater, there's a bunch of white people there, and they're like, you feel like this is your experience. What are you doing here? You know what I mean? And I don't think it's a racist thing. I think it's more of a, y'all feel comfortable watching this, what your ancestors did to us? Maybe y'all should watch this on your own. And those are the feelings you don't want to have, but that's what comes in your mind. You know what I mean? So I think that was a great point, Zamira. Carry on, Ze'ev. You got something else to say?
Our next question is when y'all do one by one, when y'all do watch or watch or see film that's capturing like the essence of slavery and all the things. I know Sister Rhonda spoke. She's like, I'm tired of. When you watch that, like what emotions come over you? How do you feel? Before y'all each one answer, I'm gonna say when I see that, in a sense, for me, I get empowered and zealous because I know where it comes from. I know why. Seeing that slavery, I understand why it happened. Now I do. When I see that, I get empowered and zealous. I kind of sometimes get not emotional, but it rattles me. I never experienced it, but seeing it and visually looking at it, it rattles me emotionally. Like, really? and it makes me want, in a sense, want to do and be better. Or it gives me Zelle, like I said a lot of times on music. Sometimes stuff like that creates art. Not only art, but it moves you and it puts you in a different place. So I agree. In a little bit here and there just to get that reminder, but seeing it is also that reminder that ignites a fire inside of you. Yeah. So what you're saying, well, my question is, are you really wanting to get rid of the movies that gives you something for you to look at that, like, you know what, man, I can't believe this happened, and gives you that fire just to for the sake of, oh, I'm tired of the narrative?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I think I like I said, I was fine with Roots. That I can watch that. I don't need 12 Years a Slave, because all that you're talking about, that you're feeling, I feel that every time I watch Roots, and I probably watch Roots 100 times. What I do, what gives me my zeal and want to do more, is when I do see some injustice that's happening to our people, or it could be my daughter going through something. I always take her back, and I was like, do you know who your grandmother was and your great grandmother? Like, she knows those stories because orally I have told her those things, right, and what she did. So I take it from that point of view. Now I am a bit, I guess you would call it, blessed, being a Black American, that I can trace a lot back, and I can share a lot with my children when it comes to that. So I'm more of a oral traditionalist, that I want to tell them, I want them to hear it from my mouth, what our family did and what we did, you know. And yes, these things that in this movie, I'm sure those things happened to our family, but let me show you how we overcame that. Not saying that we forget it, but how we got to where we are now. So that's how I take it.
Okay, then.
Me, personally, it lights a fire under me. I get emotional. I start feeling hatred. I start feeling like I need to pray. I start feeling like maybe I need to pray to control my spirit. You know what I'm saying? But I like that. But that fire also gives me drive because of Deuteronomy 29 and 30. You know what I'm saying? Like, the part for me is like, history repeats itself. So I don't know what it was like in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? But I could watch these movies and see what my people felt here in America. And I'm here in America for a certain reason, right? And we want to get out of America. Like, so it builds up a fire, but then I realize I can only be mad at myself or my people for putting us in this situation. And then some of the movies I'd be like, you know, it does make me sick, because it's like, come on, like, you don't gotta treat, like, that's why I asked if it's a mockery, if you think it's a mockery, because it's like, don't try to play us like we was, you know, like we had no intelligence or no nothing. So the depiction of the movies, some of the movies, you know, but at the end of the day, it lights a fire under me that just make me have to control myself. And I like that fire. I like that fire because it keep you grounded. It keep you humble and make you pray and call on the Creator, because we don't want to experience that. You don't. And we can look at society and how it is, and you can still see pieces of that today. And that's why it lights a fire under me. We don't understand the history of this country from 1932, when our grandparents were forced to turn in their gold for birth certificates. Like, there's a lot we don't understand about this country. So it lights a fire under me because we still arguing over a Black Lives Matter or an N-word or the system is against us, but we don't understand how the system operates. We need to educate ourselves that the United States of America is a corporation. It's a business. That's why it's ran by a president. All right. We look at these things from a different point of view, and we don't understand why they don't like us or why we can't, the system. And that's why I lights a fire under me. It makes me want to learn more about this system and society that we live in, because we don't have to be subjected to it, even though we live here. Do you know, 10 years ago, I was going around to every congregation talking about we need to go sovereign. We need to go sovereign. We need to relinquish our Social Security. And not one Hebrew Israelite agreed with me. Not one thought that what I was saying was good or accurate or right. But yet we talk about we want to be free. So we talk freedom, but we're not ready to deal with freedom. We don't even understand the importance of sovereignty here. There's people in this country that lives under their own national laws in the state of Idaho and other states where they're not subjected to the laws of the United States of America, that they have their own national thing and inside of Idaho and other states. This sovereignty thing is real. Being free is real. And until we understand what that is, I'm always going to be like, let's watch these movies, because we are still slaves. We don't understand how. We say that we have the ability and the freedom and access, but this is why it's important not to let this stuff go. You see, I just got excited talking about it, and I can't keep going in details, but we need to understand what a straw man is, what your legal entity is. We need to understand the importance of being sovereign here in this country. We need to really think about that. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done with it. I'm ready to go to the next song. I don't know if anybody else had anything else to say.
Before you go to the next song, I'm gonna say, just because we gonna go to the next song, but we 30s, 40s. I don't need to know everybody's age, but we got younger generations coming up. The more we can produce and show now, even though we may be like, I'm tired of it, is more that the yellow demon, because it's not about us, it's about the youth and the upcoming generations. The more they have back to look at and understand later, because even like us, everything is whitewashed. The more we show and produce now, the more the later generations will have to see, to reflect on and understand everything that we're getting tired of seeing now. So as they get older, they'll be like, man, I done seen 12 Years Slave X amount of time, because they ain't gonna be watching Roots. It's gonna be the next, or they might be the Nat Turner movie. Oh, I'm tired. I'm seeing it. I'm tired of seeing. It's for the next generation. So the more we compile and show now is for the next generation, for them to understand what took place in the past.
And I agree with you there, because I do think that it needs to evolve. And I do think like young men like yourself and a lot of young men that need to get out and start doing documentaries, making our own movies, telling our own stories. So it isn't Hollywood that's telling our stories. We need to do that on our own. So I can get with that. I can get with seeing things like that were made for us, by us. I can get with that. So I agree.
And this, I'm going to play the next song, but I just want to say, because somebody wrote up PTSD has genetic effects and components, which is absolutely true. Kohen Mikael did a talk on PTSD, but he said it was post-traumatic slave disorder. We suffer from post-traumatic slave disorder. And he also mentioned that they have classes and books for the people who came from slave owners. They have certain things for the slave owners to help them overcome what they went through as slave owners. How much more so do we need the certain therapies to help us overcome what we went through as children of actual slaves? And I'll leave it there.
Great.
Hallelujah. Thank you for all those great points. We're going to go back and listen to some King Malachi from the White Linen album, White Linen Part 3. This one is called Talking to My Soldiers. If you thought the other ones were short, this one is really short. produced by Sud Frep. Here we go.
For the most high, we get lit. Praise the mighty Yahweh, we too lit. Talking to my soldiers, praise y'all for the Torah. Yeah, we got a different aura. Shema Israel, DCB is all Israel. I salute the house of Israel. Cincinnati to Atlanta, link it up. I just wanna see my people linking up. I'm tired of seeing all my people breaking up. I'm tired of seeing all my people breaking up. Y'all give me the spirit. So I had to come and bless you with the spirit. For the most high, we get lit. Praise the mighty Yahweh, we too lit. Talking to my soldiers, praise y'all for the Torah. Yeah, we got a different aura. For the most high, we get lit. Praise the mighty Yahweh, we too lit. Talking to my soldiers, praise y'all for the Torah. Yeah, we got a different aura. We got the power. We just gotta use it. To my leaders, don't abuse it. The sheep wanna link. We don't care about your old beef. The father said, lay some of y'all in the way. Put your pride down, it's in the way. We are on the verge of something great. Get your mind right before it's too late. All my soldiers say, for the most high, we get lit. Praise the mighty Yahweh, we too lit. Talking to my soldiers, praise y'all for the Torah. Yeah, we got a different aura. For the most high, we get lit. Praise the mighty Yahweh, we too lit. Talking to my soldiers, praise y'all for the Torah. Yeah, we got a different aura. Hallelujah.
He showed where he come from on that track. That was straight ATL all the way. I like how he made a party track though. You know, a lot of his songs, if you see, they like, you know, not tell a story, but deliver a message. But this one I could see he tried to reach out to a different crowd. So I like that one.
Okay. Anyone else?
Wisdom comes understanding. I like the beat. I like the concept. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I ain't really like it. Not saying it was a bad song. It just wasn't working for me personally. And that's the thing. I got to get out of the habit of being afraid to be like voice an actual opinion. Like I didn't say it just wasn't for me. But I like the beat. I like the concept behind it. But I ain't gonna be afraid to be honest. But it's still a good song. It just wasn't for me. I mean, I'm boom bap.
Sister Rhonda, she's still there?
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm with the consensus that this wasn't my favorite track.
Okay.
But I like the beat.
King Malachi is a big boy. He knows how to take it. You don't have to be afraid to say if you don't like a song.
That's another thing. That's my brother. Me.
He's
That's
a big
my brother.
boy.
That's
always
brother,
looking.
so.
He's all every time he call. Hey, what you think about this track? Let me know your honest opinion. I let him know. So and so. He said okay. He go back. Whatever he said, man, I thought the same. And he go back. He adjust it or he do what he got to do. So he a big boy.
Also, to add to King, before you play the next song, to add to King Malachi, as an artist, when you have an extensive catalog, you're going to go into different facets. You're going to try the different things. You're going to do different things. And everybody's not going to always like everything. So, and then also, knowing him as an artist, you don't always make music for everybody. You make music for the Most High, and you do what's comfortable for yourself.
That's right. Agreed.
All right, the next one is You Lift Me Up. with Daoud, Akeem, and Moray Ethan. That, am I saying that name right? Ethan?
Moray Etan. Moray Etan.
Etan. Okay. Here we go.
You lit me up when I was down. You took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. You lit me up when I was down. You took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. Yahweh, got about on my creator. Yahweh. He showed me a bunch of favor. Yahweh. I'm his child, he never gave up. You taught me could've gave up. Father, thank you for your mercy. Yes, sometimes I'm so unworthy. Slave master wanna hurt me. Bad food, he try to serve me. Yeah. R.I.P. to the ones we lost. Cancer was the deadly cause. So many disease, now my people off. You're the only one who can turn this off. You lit me up when I was down. You took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. You lit me up when I was down. You took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. Yahweh.
Yeah, I'm talking resurrection. For anyone that disrespected, call me auto-correction. Gotta check it. Listen, I got a message. Told the truth and got him naked. Living waters clean what you bear. I'm talking every crevice. So come one, come all. Some rise, some fall, some go, some stall. But everything you do is your call. I chose to stand for ones who crawl. Assist the growth and development. Abba did it for me. Need to pay it for it was evident. Word revived my soul. Provided spiritual medicine. All I did was pay attention. Greatest currency ever spent. I'm finally within my element. So I will bow before my ill, praising while expressing this.
You lit me up when I was down. You took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. You lit me up when I was down. You took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. Yahweh.
Up in the way like an elevator right to the top. It's where I stay. Gratitude is my only mood. Every day I pray that my moves are strictly I approved in every single way. Kihu elelion, hu hamelek, le olam. Emeta no te la nu todo te ase otan. Benefits of being obedient is life prolonged. Even if it seems hard, still gotta go on. When I need a lift, you bring me up just like a cherry picker. Have me soaring high, too fly, feeling like Jack Tripper. Take away the filth in one swoop. Yeah, you the real Swiffer. Mr. Quicker, pick me up, I'm here cause you
lit me up. When I was down, you took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. You lit me up. When I was down, you took your hand and lift my soul up off the ground. Yahweh, nobody can lift me like you. Nobody can lift me like you. Nobody can lift me like you. Nobody can lift me like you.
All right, y'all. Let me know what's up.
I think that was more his style. I think that was more King Malachi as we know him. You know, so not to say that he's good on the hooks, but I think that was just more his style. It's more his vibe. It's something that we could flow with if you know him. He's something that you could flow with. I like Daoud. Daoud was rapping a little bit too fast for me on that one. I have to hear that again to really get with the essence of what he was saying. Because he was saying a lot, but I couldn't really get all of it because it was so fast. That's the first time I heard Moray Etan. I like the track.
Sister Rhonda?
I like the track as well. It's funny, I was just sitting here thinking about pretty much everything Shaw said the first time. The first brother that was, I don't know his name. What's his name?
Daoud. Yeah.
I was trying to catch up with him and trying to hear what he was saying. It was pretty fast for me, but the second brother was I loved the lyrical content. It's a good track.
Yeah, I like the track. I like the fact as soon as it come on, he grabs you with the hook. You know what I mean? Like the singing, and he grabs you with that. I think it's a good record. Ze'ev?
He was in his bag on that one, the hook.
Yeah.
That strong voice always. That's just how he do his hooks. Beat was on point. I liked it, the features. I like Eton and Daoud on there. I like Eton is more of a Southern style, and Daoud just like lyrical. And then, you know, King Malachi got that Southern, you know, that not crunk, but you got that vibe. I like it because you get 3 different styles and you get 3 different perspectives, but it blended and mashed perfectly. Beat was on point, and just that hook. When you got a good hook and your features come through, and it was solid, I liked it. And to the point you said Daoud is a little fast. I mean, I picked up on it. I liked it. You just got 3 different flavors. You just got a Neapolitan bar. You hit one layer, then the next layer, then the next, but it all came together perfect.
It did.
Okay, we're going to go to the next song. Next song is called Joshua and Caleb. This is featuring Lowkey Lev. Joshua and Caleb. I'm going to go get something to drink, so I heard this song before, so if I don't come back in time and the song end, y'all could talk about it.
Yo, timeline. See, I think we got one.
King Malachi and Lowkey Lev. We represent the one. He put the light in the sun. We never do it for fun. Got scripture all in our tongue. Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb.
We are the ones at the head of the people. So many had that cause they wanna do evil. 400 years we was living in Egypt. Yahweh delivered the people. Moses had died and he left it to us. Yahweh was working through us. We are the only ones over 21. Elders, they sleep in the dust. We gotta get back. Jordan River gotta split that. Jericho fall down. Jerusalem gotta get back. Clash with rivals. We decimate all their idols. Y'all commanded us to set their temple on fire. Judah and Ephraim and Israel, we the leaders. We the warriors. Levi be the teacher. In the future, we join back together. Then King David, he gon' reign forever.
We represent the one. He put the light in the sun. We never do it for fun. Got scripture all in our tongue. Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb. Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb.
Got a squad though. They only talk when I say so. For the nation of God, there's no breaks though. Scout on the land, we on go mode. We supreme, they inferior, God on our team. 4-5, but they not what they seem. We ain't bothered, they father by the Anakim. Script though, we gotta follow the script though. Y'all's a power, we standing on 10 toes. Lent tourists to be out of the pick though. Pushing the button, y'all sanction the hit though. From the bottom, yeah, we wild on that is though. Now we a nation, we taking our dream. I rise to the top of the crop, we the green. Talk that, gotta have faith when you walk that. Like Moshe, diligent from the start. Loyalty never pull us apart. Feeling like Joshua and Caleb when I bark. 2 out of 12 to bring tails to the start. Trusting Yah, he will never depart. Everything fall in place when it come from the heart.
We represent the one. He put the light in the sun. We never do it for fun. Got scripture all in our tongue. Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb.
Yeah, we the ones who made it over the Jordan. Prophecy fulfill, you know the scripture important. Abraham, we connect to his fortune. Land of milk and honey, Mount Zion, our fortress. Because the sin we got kicked out of where we supposed to be. Now our enemies drug us to slave us way overseas. Some of our families stuck back in Africa overseas. We originated way over there in the Middle East. Yeah, we going back to home. We getting sick and tired. America got to get back in our zone. Some other people live in our land, thought we forgot about our home. 400 years we was asleep. Father, you bringing us home.
We represent the one. He put the light in the sun. We never do it for fun. Got scripture all in our tongue. Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb. We Joshua and Caleb.
Yeah, that was the one right there. See, that's what I was getting back to. Like that first track, I was like, it didn't fit me. This was kind of in the same similar bracket, but I like this one. Hook, Joshua and Khaled. And shout out to King Malachi, man. Let me get on the Sabbath, it's a day of love. Shout out to that brother. That man grinds hard. Also, shout out to YisraEL, Lowkey Lev. Both good, solid brothers. Most high blessings to you, your family. I love you, brothers. Solid track. The hook was on point. They already put you on what the song's gonna be about. We already know about Joshua and we already know what the song was on. They was fulfilling both of those roles, and on the song they fulfilled both of the roles. They just complemented each other well. But like I was saying from the previous song, I was like, this one was right in the same caliber, but it had me. Like I was wigging out, so I liked it.
See, that's where it got me at, because I'm trying to figure out, are these two Joshua and Caleb? Because I didn't hear nothing about Joshua and Caleb in the song. So I was trying to find out how the hook matched with the lyrics. I don't think this one was it for me. I think it was a lot in the background, and the vocals, the music overpowered the vocals. You know how sometimes the music could just make the track, but the lyrics don't match. I don't think the lyrics necessarily match, and I'm trying to still understand this Joshua and Caleb. Are they Joshua and Caleb? Because nothing in the song they talked about Joshua and Caleb, unless I didn't hear it. Maybe you heard something about Joshua and Caleb in the song.
Before Sister Rhonda go in, as artists, sometimes it's not so literal. Sometimes everything is figurative. Right. It's not always literal. They're not literally Joshua and Caleb, but how they coming at you with the tenacity and how they flowing is gonna be that zeal like Joshua and Caleb. That's what they're hitting on. So it's not a story or literally Joshua and Caleb. It's like right now, me and Cipher hopped on wax and like, you know what, we're gonna name this song the Urim and the Thummim. It's not that we're gonna rap about that, but when we come together and we finna hit it, that's what it's gonna be. So figuratively speaking, they were the two on the track.
Thought out for that breakdown.
Yeah, I thought this was a good song, a really good song. I think that when artists get on a track with each other, they bring the best out of each other, especially experienced artists that know what they're doing. So I think that that's what happened there, because you see even King Malachi, like you see him like step up his just that style. You see him, but he flowing with it. You know what I mean? That drill, I guess, style. So. Yeah, I like it.
I like it too. I love that song. That's gonna be the song that people are gonna be requesting every Shabbat. I see that already. I love that song. It's really good.
As a side note, my band just asked me who was the other guy on Sitting Down, and I told him that's the guy who wrote "Please Forgive Me." And he immediately, like, please forgive me. Yesterday. Yeah, we listened to it yesterday. Please forgive me. That's him. He wrote that.
That's him. You got fans.
Yeah. Shalom.
So we're going to go to the next one. Hard to Lose with AzDaDon. Here we go.
AzDaDon?
AzDaDon. I got your back, Oz.
I got your back. I've been calling them AzDaDon forever.
I got your back, Oz, man.
Here we go.
Salute to the chiefs and the princes. All the warrior them. All the priests them.
Yeah.
YisraEL. The prophets. Family.
Yeah.
Malachi and AzDaDon.
It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking naps. My mind full of scripture, I'ma soon handle that. It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking naps. My mind full of scripture, I must soon handle that. Yeah. Isaiah 43. Ain't nobody beside Yahweh, Elohim, no. It's a must that you read. Educate yourself, don't let them teach you anything, no. For the truth, I'm a fiend. Need it in my cup like them boys sipping lean. Whoa, it's hard for me to lose. Got the Torah in my mind, King Solomon improved. Ain't no woman can convince me to go pray no other idol. I'm too strong in my mind, picture me praising idol. King Malachi, silverback on my title. I'm way, way too dominant, be praying for my right. It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking naps. My mind full of scripture, I must soon handle that. It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking up. My mind full of scripture, I must soon handle that. Yeah.
Losing where I'm Jacob said, they gon' make me take it there. Trying to take God away from me so they can try to make it fair. But I'm holding on strong, I mimic what's on the throne. I'm captivating their minds, programming the y'all alone. To every battle, God is what I bring. He gave me this weapon, I'ma let it sing. Every trip I take it to the tip, wanna see proof, count up on the rings. We can tear the roof off of this place, very hard to lose, that's a disgrace. I can make a move, that's why they hate. They can pick and choose, to no debate. It's getting shaky when me step inside the room. We done people cool, caught them by the hill, straight out the womb, and that's lethal. Victory on the line, I shoot my shot like it's a free throw. Cause it's easy on the right side and you battling that evil.
It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking naps. My mind full of scripture, I must soon handle that. It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking up. My mind full of scripture, I must soon handle that. Yeah. Mayday, 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 mayday. King Malachi and Judah, that's a mayday, 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 mayday. I represent the spirit, I don't play. Some represent that spirit, but they fake. Feel like Daniel in the lion's den. Feel like David, good life, cut the whole head off him. Feel like Samson, with a jawbone run through y'all men. I rep Israel, rest of y'all just regular men. Psalms 82, we the best. We the Elohim in the flesh, yeah. Ha. Psalms 82, we the best. We the Elohim in the flesh. It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking naps. My mind full of scripture, I must soon handle that. It's hard to lose long as y'all got my back. In modern time, put my tribe on the map. Some walking around, but they still taking up. My mind full of scripture, I must soon handle that. Yeah.
Yo, that is the single. That's it right there. You talk about
I'm gonna go that man.
Oh man, that's it right there. The best part is the intros. The intro, the beat, the chorus. Like that's it. That's it.
I was already biased to the song. Me personally, I think that's one of the best songs on the album. Also, because I remember having this conversation, the fact that he added Oz, that was a feature, King Malachi and Oz, that was never. So when I heard it the first time, I'm like, because Ooze played it, because he King Malachi put in his hand. I heard it, I'm like, yeah, that's the one. And then that third verse by Malachi with the stutter rap, just to add that's the one right there. Go ahead and slap some butter on it, right? Slap some butter on that one, man.
It showed levels. It hit dimensions. It wasn't just one dimensional. That track was levels. He came back when you thought it was about to be over.
Y'all thought Michael Jackson was bad on Motown 25. I was moonwalking on that joint.
He was. His verse was dope. I really liked that.
Talk about compliment each other. That was it right there. That was it. So far, that's the best track on
King Malachi is you're getting a very good review, King Malachi. If you're listening to this right now, he usually tunes in or he'll drop in, hey, I'm here. You know what I mean? So he's getting a really good review so far. Next song is You Got the Power. The next song.
All praises due to the mighty Yah. Right now, just want to take the time to thank you for all your glory, your might, your power, your strength and wisdom. You stretched out the universe.
You are the king that formed the world, the greatest king. I am unworthy, praise your name, but still a sin. Father, forgive me and our nation for a sin. Please show us your mercy.
You know, it's funny. I can, based on my son's reaction, helps me know what type of song it is. But I think that one was good. I think that's a track for a different crowd, like the elders. You know, I immediately thought of my emo when I heard that song, because that you have the power. I like the message in that song, speaking to the people, giving us hope. So I like it. It was more laid back, subtle, Sunday morning, cleaning up, you know, throw that track on, get the vibes right in the house. Smooth.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I want to hear it. I'll have to listen to that one again. I did like the melody. It was good. But I'd want to listen to it again.
Yeah. That was one of those tracks where it wasn't like a filler. It was just a melody. It's mellowing out. You know, we had so many tracks where it was boom, 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 boom. You have to sometimes, have some little variety in there. I like the melody of it. Couldn't catch what sample that was. I'm sitting here just cringing because I couldn't see it. I know it was a sample in there. I'm big on sampling, but the melody was good. It's one of those. It was more downbeat, I'm gonna say more mellow, and I think it complements because he has so many tracks that's up here. You always gotta have something to make a nice smooth, like you said. Please forgive me, like just not to segue myself in. Once you have so much going here, you always gotta have something to project just to mellow it out. You know, you gotta keep people on edge. You gotta make them move, and that was one of them tracks. We've been up here, so we're gonna be like, okay, what's this? And then you bring them, because you gotta move with the music. So it was a good melody. I like the hook. It was just one of those good mellow tracks because you can't always be up here.
Right. Can I tell you how much we appreciate you being able to explain how to
say that, Rhonda. I was just about to say that.
How to put an album together, like having you on tonight. We appreciate you, brother. We really do.
Man, all praises to the Most High. I don't want nobody calling in saying he tripping on his review again, so I got to make sure I look out for him.
I'm tripping on the reviews. Here we go. Save Me From Trouble. This one is called Save Me From Trouble.
Save Me From Trouble. Sounds good.
King Malachi, you don't know.
They want me to stumble. Father, save me from trouble. When I call your name, save me from trouble. When I'm perfect, Holy Father, I'm perfect. Yeah, me I look famous. Wasn't my purpose to be famous. No, me have a lot of haters. Shit me on, but them fake traitors. Me living in my purpose. Father, you bless me with me service. Them all come to me, trying to find a mistake. I show genuine love, still they envy my name. I read in the book of Psalms, King David, I can't relate. Why some pray for my downfall? They need to be ashamed. Save me from trouble. They want me to stumble. Father, save me from trouble. When I call your name, it's my season right now. It's a must to wear my crown. I work hard for some years. Why some folk want me down? I give you all the glory. You gave me my sound, and you made me a lion. The Torah in my mouth, in my heart, in my heart, in my soul, in my soul, in my mind, in my mind, in my bones, in my bones, in my breath, in my breath, in my clothes, in my clothes. When I stand, check my pulse. Oh, save me from trouble. They want me to stumble. Father, save me from trouble. When I call your name, save me from trouble. They want me to stumble. Father, save me from trouble. When I call your name, save me from trouble.
All right. Let's have it.
Yahaba finna get ready and ask you to play it back.
Yeah.
Yo.
Said this is the one she's going to be requesting on a weekly basis.
No, but was that Lowkey Lev on there?
No, that's him.
That was all
That's
Malachi?
King Malachi, yeah.
It sounded like Lowkey Lev a little bit with the act, like the reggae. Because you know Lowkey Lev is like the Drake of Israel.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I love the intro, man. Whenever that intro, the beat come and then he coming with the hook like right away,
Right.
it already sets a tone for the song. Then you hear the words, "Save me from trouble." But anytime you can mix up and do a little bit of reggae, you got some skills, man. You got some skills.
That's Malachi, because I studied a lot of the artists. That's Malachi. That's what he do. And more times than any before he put a song together, he want to have that hook right. He gonna catch you with that hook. So once he got you, so you might slip away, but then you gonna get real right back in. So once he lay that hook down, whether it's that upbeat track or whether it's Afro or whether it's low tempo, even the melody track that we just, I was like, you got to come down a little bit. He gonna start you with that hook to get you, okay, and then if you get too far away, he gonna reel you back in. So he's seasoned in what he does. He's gonna catch you with that hook, and he's gonna keep you grounded and bring you right back in.
Gotcha. I think that even I want to see him try an Afro beat with no accent. Just try singing with his straight, voice. I think that'll work. But I like, that's definitely a song that's gonna be on the rotation. You know what I mean? That's right there with Lowkey Lev and Prince Shape Me Out. That's gonna be blended in, and Yadar and all of them is gonna be blended in right there. So he know what he doing. He know what he doing. You're gonna be like, I'm gonna cover every aspect. You're gonna play me on every level, and I'm here. You know what I mean? So
that's what I'm liking about this album, man. It's not one. He got so many different. Like he got party songs. He got regular smooth songs. He hit you with the reggae. So it's a little bit of everything, man. He shows the versatility, and you can appreciate artists like that and music like that, and that's why I love it. Mm-hmm. So this is the first time I'm hearing the album, though, to be honest. And I think it was only so far maybe one track that I was like, yeah. With all the rest of them, I'm liking, man. So I love the versatility. I love the music, and I love the you can hear he really puts his heart and soul into the music. And I like that too. When you can tell that an artist means and you can feel what they trying to put out, I can feel his music. I can feel the energy that comes from it. And so I like it. I love it.
Now I know that I can work on my accent. Being from Alabama, I could do something like that.
We need Jamaicans doing Jamaican songs. We need Trinis doing Trini songs. We don't need nobody from Alabama, from South Carolina, from North Carolina, doing fake accents.
Yes, bring her back. Wheel it back in.
I need some milk.
That was funny.
That was good. I like that, Chief. Good.
Yeah. Look, you never gonna be able to let that go, sister.
Hey, she tried it.
I tried it, didn't I?
All right, the next song is Oh My Yeah. All right? Here we go.
Judah.
Malachi.
I praise Yah, bless me with another day. Oh my Yah, when I call on your holy name. Praise my Yah, deliver me from my enemies. Oh my Yah, oh my Yah, oh my Yah, bless me with another day. Oh my Yah, when I call on your holy name. Praise my Yah, deliver me from my enemies. Oh my Yah, oh my Yah. When I wake up in the morning, praise the mighty Yah that I seen another morning. Thank him for my children, even though we live in 7 different houses. And I hate that with a passion. Touch my baby mama's soul, that I know I should be present. Father, hear my prayer now. I'm a warrior inside, but I'm not afraid to cry out. Father, keep your hand on me. Even loved ones hate on me. I can even feel it when I sleep. When I wake up, I pray Yah, bless me with another day. Oh my Yah, when I call on your holy name. Praise my Yah, deliver me from my enemies. Oh my Yah, oh my Yah, oh my Yah, bless me with another day. Oh my Yah, when I call on your holy name. Praise my Yah, deliver me from my enemies. Oh my Yah, oh my Yah. Some pray for my downfall, some hoping that I slip, some hoping that I fall hard. Father, save me from the devil's claws. Keep me in your hand, protect me like a fire. I'm anointed like a prophet, put some oil on me. Touch your children with the power of my melodies. You give me power, I can touch it in nationality. I feel like David when my haters keep on slighting me. Father, keep your hand on me. Even loved ones hate on me. I can even feel it when I sleep. When I wake up, I praise Yah, bless me with another day. Oh my Yah, when I call on your holy name. Praise my Yah, deliver me
All right, y'all. What y'all thought about this one?
That gave me that was white linen. That was the first white linen all right there. That remind me of Jerusalem. That gave me the original white linen vibe. Oh my God. And then I still know the hook. Bless me with another name. Oh my God. When I call on y'all. So that when you got them hooks that'll stick. But yeah, that gave me Jerusalem.
That
gave me them vibe.
That's the original King Malachi right there.
That's white linen right there.
And what I like about it,
go ahead, throw some butter on that one too.
You got to explain that one day. But what I like about it, is like call and answer, right? So all I heard was something that we could sing on Shabbat. You couldn't even do that. Like, you know, I say, oh my God, and the people reply, and you got drums on the background. Like, you can mix and match that. So I like that for the call and answer part of it. In the regular Shabbat, we want to praise. Anybody could get up and sing that song, you know. And that's what original King Malachi is. It's like I'm a scream out my feelings and joy to the Creator, and you gotta feel me. It don't matter how it sounds. and that's why I like it. It's just original King Malachi right there.
Anybody, Sister Rhonda?
Yeah, I liked it as well.
You liked it?
I did. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sha.
Here we go. The next
Sha. All that means is I can roll with it.
Oh, butter roll.
I can roll with it. Just throw some butter. I can roll with that.
Can I get some jelly?
I don't know, man. Come on, man. Just leave. Why you gotta mess with stuff? Why can't you just leave stuff how it is?
That's because that's what he do.
So Polana all fruit,
peanut butter on it.
Right.
The next track is So Corrupt, produced by Yaya Beats.
King Malachi,
I think Yaya Beats is his son.
God bless. Yaya Beats.
God bless. Yaya Beats. I had enough. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Start to feel every step. Start to feel every step. Gotta get it out the mud. So if I'ma live a month, don't know who to trust. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Start to feel every step. Start to feel every step. Gotta get it out the mud. So if I'ma live a month, don't know who to trust. I'm on the low tryna run it up. So much disaster be popping up. Not trying to say I got all of the answer, but look how our leadership messing up. They sucking our blood like they Dracula. They know that our blood is irregular. Look how we murder our blood in the street while they somewhere inside really cloning us. I feel sorry for the street. Sin going down and the Lord can't take no more. Don't want the blood on me. Telling y'all better let that low life go. Yeah. Exodus 20, God came down, said never let that go. I still got plenty sin in me, Lord, help me let that go. It's a fact that we live in so grimy every day. Now our government coming out like a town, and I call it a prison where we stay. I'm telling you everything about the chain. Need you an umbrella for the rain. Maybe an AK, let it sing. Feel like the chain gang when I sing. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Start to feel every step. Start to feel every step. Gotta get it out the mud. So if I'ma live a month, don't know who to trust. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Start to feel every step. Start to feel every step. Gotta get it out the mud. So if I'ma live a month, don't know who to trust. Everything's so corrupt. Why do they wanna destroy us? Why do they want us with no voice? Why do they want us with no choice? No time to buy you a Rolls Royce. It's time to buy you some land, plant you some food, and wait to hear God's voice. I feel sorry for the street. Sin going down and the Lord can't take no more. Don't want the blood on me. Telling y'all better let that low life go. Yeah. Exodus 20, God came down, said never let that go. I still got plenty sin in me, Lord, help me let that go.
It's a fact that we live in so grimy every day. Now our government coming on like it's down, and I call it a prison where we stay. I'm telling you everything about the chain. Need you an umbrella for the rain. Baby, a AK, let it sing. Feel like the chain gang when I sing. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Start to feel every step. Start to feel every step. Gotta get it out the mud. So if I would live a mud. Don't know who to trust. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Everything's so corrupt. Start to feel every step. Start to feel every step. Gotta get it out the mud. So if I would live a mud. Don't know who to trust. Everything's so corrupt.
All right, y'all. What y'all thought about that one?
That's gonna be on the soundtrack of Rhonda's documentary on Alabama.
You know what? You know what?
Everything's so corrupt. It was perfect for what we was talking about today.
Yeah.
I like it.
No, I think the next one is the one that's for the slave ship. Hold on. This is Ema Owens is calling in. Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Shalom, Ema. You live on the air.
Oh, I'm about to tell you to go to sleep, like I told you. You fall asleep.
They can't see it because there's other people there.
You about to fall out the damn chair.
I'm trying to get through these tracks, Ema. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. They'll keep me going.
Okay.
All right, Shalom.
Shalom.
See, you got people out there looking out for me, you see? They could already see I'm in my mode, getting ready to fall asleep. All right, so the next song is Children of the Slave Ships. I guess this is lyrical trauma right here.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Children of the Slave Ships, let's go.
Moses told us that this would happen if we didn't handle what we supposed to handle in Deuteronomy 28. Stand on that business with the Most High Yah. King Malachi.
They don't know what it feels like. Living in a world where you have no place. But we know what it feels like. Living in a world where we have no space. We're children of the slave ships. We are the ones who made it. We children of the slave ships. But we forgot where we come from. Yeah. 400 years long ago, it's been a long trip. Ain't nothing new under the sun, same time as Egypt. We them people, 70 years we was in Babylon. Daniel sure enough was a prophet back in Babylon. America, a lot of my people down in Carolina. Tribe of Judah, Carolina, we them bold riders. Harriet Tubman, my ancestor, she from Israel. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, they all from Israel.
A lot of people don't know that we living out a curse right now. The Most High came down and visited us in the time of Moses and gave us the Torah, His commandments and statutes and judgments, but we wouldn't listen. We've been scattered to the four corners of the earth.
Know what it feel like. Living in a world where you have no place. But we know what it feel like. Living in a world where we have no space. We children of the slave ships. We are the ones who made it. We children of the slave ships. But we forgot where we come from. Yeah. Everywhere we lay our head, we just visitors. People live back in our home, hardly ever mention us. I can't blame them, everybody want the promised land. It's our fault that we not living in the promised land. Genesis chapter 15, read verse 13. It's so obvious we here living a prophecy. I can't wait till we go home, owning our land. Resurrected out the dirt, Father Abraham.
song is mad depressing, yo. That song is mad depressing, yo.
Before we get to the song, I like how my man's tried to cut the camera off to get his nap in, though.
I cut the camera to go use the bass move.
Yeah, all right. I'll let you call it.
Listen, but I like that song.
I did too.
I like that song is smooth. I like that song.
That's the thing. Not everything gotta just be like, sometimes it's just the message and just the message, the mellowness behind it. Not even the mellowness, just the message. I get shy to I get where you coming from, like not more so depressing, but more so a humbling mood. It creates a more humbling mood.
Makes you think about what he's saying. When you hear a song like that, you tend to listen more keenly and you listening to what he's saying, you know.
Not me. I changed that track quick. Because for me, music is there to uplift you. Right? And if you got a track out there that's making me think about things that we don't want to think about, right? It's like the movies and stuff. And that's what I mean. So it's kind of to your point as to too much of the movies or certain things and the trauma. So songs like that, like the first one before that, I liked, right? When I said it could be on the soundtrack. But this one took it to another level of sorrow. That's a song you might play on Yom Kippur type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
So what you trying to say? What you trying to say? We don't need to be reminded of the past with this song?
I'm just saying, for me, I listen to music to make me feel better. You know, to get me out of a mood. Not to put me in the mood. But movies is different because with the movie, I can get an idea of what our ancestors went through. But when you put it in a song, it's like, that, bro. You singing about, like, come on, man.
Some people could say that about What's My Name when they sung the slow version.
And it sounds depressing. When you hear that slow version, it sounds, why you think they got a fast version? To pick up the mood.
I gotta tell you, when I was listening to it, I didn't listen to the lyrics like I should have. I got the Ro James green light from this. So I'm grooving to that whole vibe right there. So next, when I go back and listen to it again, I'm gonna listen to the lyrics. But I was just grooving to the melody and the.
That was a great comparison. That was a great comparison, Lou.
You know who that is, Ze'ev?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Wow.
I don't know who that is.
Man.
It must be a southern thing.
I don't know. Is Ro James from the South? I don't know. But you need to listen to him. He's good.
Is he blues singer? What is that, R&B or blues?
I bet you all next week, Oo's gonna be in traffic playing some Ro James now.
Okay, they both gonna be turned on.
He sound country.
He sound blues.
Yeah.
Hey, that hat was country as ever. I forgot that green light video.
Is he a new artist or an older artist? Like in the 60s, 70s?
He's newer.
Oh, okay.
He's newer.
Where he from? What part of the South he from?
You just assume he from, I don't know where he from. You just label him from the South.
I think he might be from Cali. I don't think he's from the South, but he might be. But I don't know. But you should look him up. I think the name of the song is Green Light.
It is.
It's Ro James?
Yep.
I'm going to look him up next on Sunday.
And you're going to be listening to it all week.
Not really. I ain't really big on R&B like that.
Until you hear this.
The next song is Going Back to Glory. I think we heard this song before. This is the song I've been playing. We could listen to
How many tracks is on the album?
17 tracks, brother.
Oh.
We on number what?
Number 12.
Oh, okay.
Man.
All right. There we go. That's why I'm trying to cut to the chase.
You should have started the show with this, bro.
Nah, but the conversation was good from the beginning. So we still got 95 people here, and we only got 48 likes.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button, guys.
Yo, You know, after a certain time, Sister Rhonda gonna be like, all right.
Well, she's alive tonight. She ain't yawning. I'm doing the yawning tonight. She's good.
She already took off her head wrap. The bonnet about to go on next.
Yeah, the bonnet
slowly getting
comfortable. Is waiting. The
you doing more than you doing more than yawning. I seen some slob coming down the corner. Let me stop before I get booted off.
Here we go. The next track. Going back to glory.
King Malachi, yeah. Represent my tribe, yeah. YisraEL, yeah. It's 12 of us, yeah. Recognize the soul. Stand up, stand up. Yahweh made me a soul. Stand up, stand up. I'm a soul. Stand up, stand up. So much power in our story.
Time came out of Egypt, that's a very long time. Way back, Moses on Mount Sinai, Malachi, keep the Torah in my mind. I wanna live, I'm talking about eternal life. We were the slaves in Cottonfield. Keep down our land, cause we didn't keep it real. The land of Canaan where we used to own our field. YisraEL, we gon' be back in our field. So much power in our story. Now we are very special people on earth. Abraham righteousness gave us our word. Everybody read about us in the church. In the mosque we some legends on earth. King David gonna rule over. Yahweh gonna raise him out the dirt. YisraEL, we still leaders on earth. We fell off but we still leading earth. We were the slaves in Cottonfield. Keep down our land, cause we didn't keep it real. The land of Canaan where we used to own our field. YisraEL, we gon' be back in our field. So much power in our story. In time we going back to glory. Alright. Came out of Egypt full of glory. Traveled through the Red Sea. Moses split the Red Sea. Yahweh chose us for the story. Traveled through the Red Sea. Moses split the Red Sea.
I want to go first.
Go ahead.
I love that for so many reasons. One, the way he say glory, that's how we say it down south. So glory. So I love that. And the other thing he's giving me is I heard that King Malachi was down with the Dungeon family.
Something that's like true. That, yeah.
Because that's giving me CeeLo Green vibes. I'm just kind of, so that's what I'm getting from it. Once again, I did not listen to the lyrics. I was just vibing to, I'm going to go back and listen to the lyrics.
Shatiel, he already, go ahead, Shatiel.
Yeah, you got to stop hiding your camera with the songs because you got to listen to the lyrics.
I understand. I'm telling you that the hook and everything just got me, and I kind of like just zoned out for a minute.
Oh, okay. That was a classic though. I love it. That's a hit. That's the second, maybe third best on the album.
I agree, right?
I do have this, so I'm gonna go listen to the lyrics.
What is that?
That's the album.
You have come again?
Don't worry about how I got it.
You gotta support your Hebrew artists. You gotta support your. You gotta support your artists. Support your.
Where
artists.
y'all get that from?
It's on the flash drive.
You gotta support your artists.
You have to go on the website. You have to go on the website and purchase it.
Oh, I didn't even know about a website.
See, you don't even see.
Is that a flash drive?
Yeah, leadmedesign.com.
It's
I don't
wooden.
need that. I got Apple Music.
Well, he's on Apple Music now.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I was going to get it from. That's how I listen to Ze'ev and Dawood and Lowkey and all the rest of them. All of them is on Apple Music. That's why I was going to get Malachi. I didn't know a flash drive. I'm not into that.
Well, the music
that's replacing the CD.
Yeah, I mean, the music, it just really came digital. So beforehand, to support, the art, that's what he was doing. He was doing the flash drives. So always got to try to support the artist. But back to the song, top 3 track. Love it. Love it. And also another thing I want to add before, so we can hurry up and make it through, but got 17 tracks over less than an hour of playtime. That's perfect. So I seen in the comments, he was like, oh, the song's short. Well, he giving you 17 tracks. Now, here's the flip side about YisraEL. If he made 3, 4, 5 minute songs every song for 17 songs, like the album too long. Just enjoy the music for what it is.
Yo, you can never make Israel happy. So just be an artist and do what you do. And like you said, some songs is for some people, some ain't for everybody. But that was fire. But once you told me it was 17 tracks, then I appreciate the 3-minute songs.
Yeah, right.
You don't want to be sitting here for 6-minute songs for 17 tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, the oohs will definitely be out there.
Yeah, I'll fall asleep and just leave one of y'all as the admin to close everything out. Here we go.
Not like you haven't done it before.
Here we go. This ain't gonna turn into a comedy about me falling asleep. Next song is called Proverbs 31.
King Malachi, you done know, yeah. Listen.
You're worth so much nobody can afford. I gotta go talk about you when I press record. You're radiant, nobody can ignore. I gotta go talk about you when I press record. Proverbs, you are 31. Baby, you a queen, I gotta snatch you up. You're worth so much nobody can afford. I gotta go talk about you when I press record, yeah.
Beautiful Rachel, look at you better than Eve. Nobody really had you, he must have saved you for me, huh? I am Jacob, I'm working hard for your love. Tell your father I'm ready, I can't prepare with my gloves. Out the mud, we can get it together. I ain't got everything perfect, but we can make it together, huh? Pray to the Father, we never pray to the moon. We don't never use tarot cards. We pray to true and living God, that's just who we are. Our God ain't gave us no religion, so we set apart. Kinda like Levi from 11 tribes. Ark of the Covenant in our third eye. You got a mind like me, I call that bullseye. Heavenly Father, just give me a mind to concentrate. Some women you can't buy with $1, just gotta elevate. She worth more than rubies, call her a lioness. She only prays the one most high, call her an empress.
You're worth so much nobody can afford. I gotta go talk about you when I press record. You're radiant, nobody can ignore. I gotta go talk about you when I press record.
Proverbs, you are 31. Baby, you a queen, I gotta snatch you up.
You're worth so much nobody can afford. I gotta go talk about you when I press record, yeah.
What a blessing, just to be in your presence. You equipped with many lessons. I had you before conception was made for me up in heaven. You make me one call a reverend. We should really be making love before Father start Armageddon. Do it together, we battle the weather. We better together, who can stop us? We putting power together. We reaching heavenly levels, never alone. Together we battle the devil.
You're worth so much nobody can afford. I gotta go talk about you when I press record. You're radiant, nobody can ignore. I gotta go talk about you when I press record.
Proverbs, you are 31. Baby, you a queen, I gotta snatch you up.
You're worth so much nobody can afford. I gotta go talk about you when I press record, yeah.
I knew the sample. That's a sample by a white band called Collective Soul or something. I think the song like called Just Something. I know that sample was by a white band. I want to say that sample gets used quite frequently, but whoever made that beat, they did that sample justice.
Yeah. Ooh, it's the singing for me. I love that song, and I think we need more songs like that. Love it.
I want to know.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ooze.
Go ahead.
I want to know how come every time we make a song for the ladies, it's mad slow, and then y'all peeped how he hit the Barry White.
Yeah,
did y'all hear the Barry White? The
You know what we like? Man. We like that. I like that song.
It was
a nice song.
I spoke to King Malachi and I was telling him, you need to do an album with your singing, because King Malachi could sing. Like I've seen him do he had a clip on Facebook where they was singing, him and his childhood friends. One of their friends had passed away and they were at the funeral and they were singing It's So Hard to Say Goodbye to Yesterday. And they was hitting all the harmonies. And he was the lead singer.
Yeah.
And he was singing how you hear the song. I said, why don't you just sing? Do an album, an R&B, praise album to the Most High. But I think King Malachi has a lot of that. He got rap in his blood. He got rap and hip hop in his blood. So I don't think just to think of doing just a singing album, I don't know. Just towards the Most High. I don't know. I think he probably wants to diversify it. But definitely he got the vocals. He could sing.
Yeah.
He could sing.
What's that joint right there?
All right. So the next one we heard before, this is the other Afrobeat song, Set Us Apart.
I'm going to get ready, get my vocals ready.
I know I love you, yeah, 'cause you chose Israel and set us apart. I know I love you, yeah, 'cause you chose Israel and set us apart. I feel like dancing sometime. I cannot help
right, y'all.
I feel like dancing. That's my favorite part. I've really just recently got introduced into like a lot of Afro beats, especially like the likes of like Lowkey Lev and now King Malachi. I actually I like that. I mean, I can listen to it. I like it. But like my favorite part when he come in, I feel like dancing. That's my part right there. I like the Afro beat though.
Anybody
Agreed.
else?
I like them. I like that song as well.
Yeah, I don't have anything bad to say about it. It was a dope track, dance track, something you could play for the holy party. We need more holy party music so that we don't have to play secular music when we do party. So that's good.
That's good. All right. Seems like everybody's in agreement. Let me see.
Well, my question is the genre. I don't know if that's really Afrobeat. I don't know.
The beat
Maybe
is
it's
Afrobeat. The beat is Afrobeat.
Sound
Okay,
like
sir.
it. But I
If
don't
you
know.
say so. Okay, I believe
You couldn't like how do you factor Caribbean in there?
I think Afrobeat in Nigeria and in Ghana and places like that, they're very careful. They call this Afro beats with the S at the end versus Afro beat, which is what artists from Nigeria named Fela used to do. Like, it's more of the Afro beats that we hear today is a mixture of hip hop, you know, the Caribbean, because we are, believe it or not, we influenced them in Africa. A lot of the hip hop artists and the reggae artists influenced the African sound, right? So they just took like a mixture of everything and created Afro beats, right? Because they already had Afro beat from their local artists, but created Afro beats, and that's what you hear now. Is, you know, sonically is nice. It might give you a reggae vibe. It might give you a soca calypso vibe, but it's really Afro beats. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I don't want to sound like I'm the authority on that.
No, but that makes sense because, like you said, it's a mixture, and that's where you get the Afro from. All of us, being from Africa, have that similar kind of style. But because my thing is, if you was to come out, you know how you go on vacation to the islands, and then you come out, and then you have the people playing the 10 drums. If you just added a little bit of 10 drums to those, like that sound, it would change the whole vibe. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like hard to decipher the genre. But like you said, it's a mixture of different things put together. So if you take one thing out, it might change everything. If you add one thing in, it might change everything. But nevertheless, the track was still fire.
And that's what, again, it might be like my lack of understanding on like genre. That's why I was like, what about like Caribbean? Because I'm like I said, I'm just not really getting familiar. So it was like, for me, from my ear, like it reminded me like Caribbean or something. And I was like Afrobeat, like, so it might be my ignorance, not ignorance, but my lack of understanding on the genre. But that's why I was like, what about Caribbean?
Right.
Yeah, it could go either way.
Anyone else?
I'm not an authority. Y'all won't let me do anything. Y'all won't let me, change like with the last Caribbean song, I wanted to be Southern and
change.
Y'all wanted me to. Y'all won't even let me do that. So I'm not going to even talk. I like the song.
You say you don't want British actors doing Black American.
I got it. I'm not going to live this one down.
Don't throw me in the mix. I ain't did nothing, nobody.
You right? You all ready? Next song is Valley of Death.
Just
this will be the last one, right?
How many more songs we got?
There's 3 more songs.
No way, bro. You gotta stop playing stuff that we heard before.
She count the moments to hit that pillow.
Produced by Truck Turner. Here we go.
Okay.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. King Malachi, I'm out here in the trenches. I'm originally from the South, but I'm out here in New York. Moving around. Seeing the oppression of my people. Most High use the messenger. Let's talk about it.
Though I walk through the valley of death, I fear no evil. Most High, please order my steps to gather your people. Still standing on the project steps. My eyes see the evil.
We need healing because it's necessary. Look at our murder rate. Summer colder than February. Women don't listen. They skirt shorter than leprechaun. A lot of men died from trying to be a rapper dog. She turned scripper because her daddy gone. Popping vagina from copying her moms. Shootouts claiming innocent lives. And the youngins handle beef like they working at Five Guys. Potato tip, that's a silencer. Sometimes it don't work, but still silence you. Officers treat you like George Floyd. You might cry for your mama, but bullets kill the noise.
Walk through the valley of death. I fear no evil. Most High, please order my steps to gather your people. Still standing on the project steps. My eyes see the evil. Though I walk through the valley of death, I fear no evil. Most High, please order my steps to gather your people. Still standing on the project steps. My eyes see the evil.
Sad how we live in a face mask. Breathe our own waste as our bodies slowly deteriorate. Black single parenting only seeming to escalate. Gangbang bodies only seeming to accumulate. Bill Gates buying all of the farmland. Tamper with the food, we belong in the promised land. Middle East by Dead Sea Beach. We in America hate signing the lease cause the rent outrageous. Only Father can save this. I got it from the Bible, I say in the pages. Malachi remain dangerous. Lyrical assassin, king teaching the captives.
Walk through the valley of death. I fear no evil. Most High, please order my steps to gather your people. Still standing on the project steps. My eyes see the evil. Walk through the valley of death. I fear no evil. Most High, please order my steps to gather your people. Still standing on the project steps. My eyes see the evil.
All right. What y'all think about that one?
Not one of my favorites.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ze'ev?
Care to explain? Or
Well, it just seems like, listen, I don't know a lot about music. I just know what I like, right? But it just seems like that flute or whatever that was, I don't know, a piccolo, I don't know what that was. But it just seems like he has such a strong voice. It kind of overshadowed that. But I get the music in the background. I mean, I get the music. I like his wide variety of music. It just seems like that his voice didn't match the. And once again, I didn't listen to the lyrics.
Oh.
But I am going to listen to the lyrics. Sis,
man, you got me scared. You got me scared to how you sit in on one of the reviews. If I release something, boy.
Now, but I know people like that. I know people like that. They listen to an album, they get the vibe first, to see if they even gonna give it an opportunity again. So it's like kind of like you listen, like okay, it's good. When I get home, I'll go home and listen to the lyrics really for real. But
Yeah.
but like sonically, I guess that's why the whole thing with the sonic.
I was gonna say that was a recorder that you heard in the beat.
Like we used to play in school?
That was more so a recorder. But with a sonic ear, that was one of the best parts of the song. Why? Because that recorder gave you your highs, and his voice is so dominant, he turned himself into an instrument and gave you the lows. If you took that out and you just left his voice, then you would be like, oh, the song will sound bland. So that high offset his deep, low voice. And then also you got to throw the lyrics in the mix. Now, for me, it wasn't like one of the top or best songs on the project. It was the message. And me, like, I'm one of those people, when I craft music, it could be something simple about a beat. Like, prime example, a lot of people love Supermassive. When you hear the I picked that beat because that instrument I found, and I was like, let me add this in here, and that's what for me made a difference. So sometimes when you got just that one instrument, his voice is so low and heavy, when you put that recorder in there, it kind of offset it. Because as an artist with King Malachi, he can move his voice. He has a high, he has a great tonal range. So when he can manipulate and use his tonal range, you turn yourself into an instrument, and then you can complement something like that recorder and a beat that's a high.
See, that's why you here, to break that down to me.
That's what I was about to say too, though.
Darcy, you took the words right out my mouth.
Right out of my mouth.
But I was going to what I liked was the introduction, right? He kind of let you know where the song was going. He said, I'm from Atlanta, but I've been in New York, and I don't like what I see. So there's a certain griminess that come out of it. You understand? Like, I don't like this, and I don't like that, and rah, rah, rah. But in his message, when you hear the words, he's talking about all of the things that are negative about our people. He talked about Bill Gates building up the farmland. We're supposed to be in the promised land. Like, there's a lot going on. And he's, whether you watch the news or not, he's giving you information of what's happening out here, from single parenting to children and mothers. Like, he's going in. And there's a certain type of grittiness that comes with that. When, I don't know if you've been in New York, sister, or how long, but when you walk around the streets in New York, there's a certain grit and griminess that you naturally feel. And all New Yorkers have it. This is why they yell a lot. This is why they angry a lot. This is because there's no trees or grass to offset that. And that's what he put in the music. You could feel them. You could feel where he's coming from and the things that are not good and positive about our people. So when you hear it and you feel it, you can appreciate it. And then you have the harmony. For me, the flute or the recorder in the back gave you a harmony to where it's like he said, if you just hear the words, you might get angry just hearing the words, but the flute kind of balances it so that you don't take on the spirit. It's like a Pied Piper. So the flute kind of gives you a smooth feel so that you could be able to really listen to the grit of the song. And so it does kind of balance and offset. And so I love that track. To me, it's top 5.
Hallelujah. The next song is Deliver Us. I think we heard this song before.
Ready. We heard that. You don't have to play that. We heard that. Just go to the next one.
What happened here?
Oh, it's over? You didn't know?
Nah, my
King Malachi, you don't know, yeah. Yahweh, yeah, look, yeah. We gon' say a prayer, send it up. Father coming up, a sinner up. Some time with down and feeling like we stuck. Yahweh, come and get us out the mud. Deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us. Yahweh, come and get us out the mud. Father, we need you, save us from the trap. We kill our brother, murder with the scrap. Our family crying, we feeling the pain. Our daddy absent, we joining the game. Feel like our hood will never be the same. Our brothers locked up in the chain gang, still on the slave boat, riding on the wave. It's like a nightmare, living in our grave.
I shed so many tears, I'm feeling like Tupac. Murder our own father, make it stop. Even little church slaughtered on the block, all because some rivals trying to hit their ass. Father save us, everybody know we lost. Put money on our head, but is it worth the cost? Everybody on the block wanna be the boss. All these rappers getting shot like Biggie Smalls.
We gon' say a prayer, send it up. Father coming up a center us. Sometime we down and feeling like we stuck. Yahweh come and get us out the mud. Deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us. Yahweh come and get us out the mud. Yeah, Father come and get us. The police, they wanna kill us. We just hoping that you feel us. Yahuwah, you be the realest. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we be the realest. We the bloodline of David, Jerusalem, all in us. We the rock from the Middle East, heard the Chaldeans. We got brought to America, sold to the Europeans. Lord, just come and get us. We feeling like time, sir. It's been 4 centuries prophesied in the word. We gon' say a prayer, send it up. Father coming up a center us. Sometime we down and feeling like we stuck. Yahweh come and get us out the mud. Deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us, deliver us. Yahweh come and get us out the mud. Yeah.
All right, what y'all think about that one?
Dope.
What you think about it, Chief?
I like it. I like a lot of these songs. I think he just knows how to make music. Whether you like his style or not, he just knows how to make music. Like, some people know how to make music, so they're always going to give you something that you're going to be able to hold on to. So I think King Malachi just knows how to make music, you know?
What I was going to say is, like, if you took the lyrics from this song and put it on the previous track, and took the lyrics from the previous track and put it to this song, would our opinions change? So what I'm getting at is the previous track compared to this one. Both are good, but the lyrics are still executing the same thing. But he just hit it in it. He was way more lower and had the flutes with that same kind of message. This one is more, more lively, but the lyrics was a little bit more fitting for this one. And just to reiterate what Wu's saying, it's just like, as an artist, just picking and choosing and knowing when and where to come and how to come, or to attack a track. In the way how to attack a track. I would say I like this one more so than the previous one before, but still a solid song. Both.
Yeah. Shaw?
That's it.
All right, we got the last one. That was the last one, or we got one more?
We got one more.
All right, I'm ready to go.
You ain't gonna love it.
I ain't even eat
You
yet.
Ain't Gotta Love It is the name of the last one.
Oh, you fasting? You said you gonna. I thought you said you was fasting at Shabbat.
Welcome. We get it in for real. Yeah.
Glacier, you cold.
Yeah. White Linen 3. I ain't a Jew. I'm gonna rep the Almighty in public. You ain't gotta love it. You ain't gotta like it, I love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. You ain't gotta love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. You ain't gotta fire the fire, the fire, the fire, the fire. Fantastic 4, I'm the fire. Biblically, I am a rider. Give me a horse, fringes all over my attire. Prophets I really admire. I study their work cause it never expire. Yeah, knowledge, my wisdom so different. I live by Tanakh, so you know how I rock. Yeah, used to be out on the block. Yeah, I was selling the rock. Yeah, college homie told me stop. Yeah, I was 15 taking girl to their house. Some of my folks, they had gold in their mouth. 6 rubber type, they had gold in their mouth. Used to have work in my mom and them house. Really was trapping out mama my house. My little brother could tell you the real. We wanted desire, he know how I felt. She wanna trap her with Louis the belt. But now I found out I don't care about the belt. Lyrically felt, open my mouth, everything gonna melt. This is some next level knowledge of self. I'ma just open the school. Malachi teach you the rules. You ain't gotta love it, you ain't gotta love it. I'm gonna praise the Almighty in public. You ain't gotta love it, you ain't gotta love it. I'm gonna rep the Almighty in public. You ain't gotta love it. You ain't gotta like it, I love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. You ain't gotta love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. You ain't gotta study the word, I go deeper than Nemo. Relax with the word like I'm on a gazebo. When I pass away, y'all remember a hero. Fight anybody attacking my people. That's my eagle. I'm at you demons like Resident Evil. All you vampires been eating my people. Y'all should be hung from the highest of steeple. Y'all don't belong on the earth. All y'all do is just devour the earth. My people curse, but y'all really are cursed. How can you live with yourself, knowing your life is a lie? Y'all time is coming and y'all gonna fry. Eternal fish grease for the mark of the beast. Me and my people eternally eat. Right here on earth we eternally eat. Praising our God in the street. All white, I linen, I linen, I linen. Yeah, Sabbath day we gonna keep. All white, I linen, I linen, I linen. Yeah, back in our home, David is sit on the throne. Levi he preaching again. Temple he keeping again. Yahweh he back with our people again. You ain't gotta love it, you ain't gotta love it. I'm gonna praise the Almighty in public. You ain't gotta love it, you ain't gotta love it. I'm gonna rep the Almighty in public. You ain't gotta love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. You ain't gotta love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. Ain't gotta like it, I love it. You ain't gotta love it. Ain't gotta love it.
Was that really like, and the placement of his album, was that really like the last song and placement?
I noticed you played the album in reverse, Oof.
It's in reverse.
That's what I was about.
It's the way that my track list gave it to me. Like I didn't have the paper at hand, so it didn't give me the paper in hands. You know.
Oh yeah, somebody gonna call in on you now.
No, ain't not. This the album. So overall, what do y'all rate this album?
Out of 10?
Nah, 5 mics being the top. We do mics here like the source. 5 mics being the top.
That's tough. I like best out of 10 versus 5.
Well, you could give half mics. You know what I mean? You could give, you know.
I would give it 4 mics.
4 mics.
I would give it 5 mics. And the reason why I would give it 5 mics is because it's 17 tracks. It's a lot. He gave you a lot of different styles, a lot of different flows. I don't think he really said the same thing over and over again, but there was a lot of positive messages. And I'm giving it a 5 because of the versatility, because even you can tell, you know, the hard work and the different producers he had on there. And so I say 4.5. It's hard to give out 5s because what is perfect, right? What does a 5 album look like? I don't know what a 5 mic album look like. But I wanted to know if you played the tracks in order, because I thought that would be the perfect ending on an album.
See, this is how I'm looking at it. Cause when I first heard, it's been a while. We had this conversation. I've been on like a music hiatus as far as like listening. So when I first heard the album, I gave it a couple run throughs, and I haven't really came back or sat on it. And then now listening to it again, when I sit and I'm like, this sound like the intro, and I realized we played the album in reverse, it kind of threw me off. So I'm not gonna beat around the bush or lie. I'm not gonna sit here and give it a rating right now. I gotta listen. When we as artists, when we craft, track, order, and listing is done for a reason. there's a reason why you have an intro, and there's a reason why you finish the album in a certain order. So me coming back to it now, I'm like, oh, I like this song, oh, I like that, oh, I remember these moments in it. I have to hear the album in its entirety for what it is. I'm not gonna go listen to Illmatic and start from the last song and work my way back to Genesis. I'm gonna start from the beginning and work my way to get the mood and feel. So I'm gonna have to run this one back. But it's a solid project. Right. I can say honestly, I like this one more so than the second White Linen. But now, like, I can't give it a rating. It's not because I'm trying to avoid giving a rating. I'm very upfront. I gotta hear it how it was intended to be heard, and I have to hear the intro to the exit. But also also in the same capacity, like I've been dropping the ball on listening to my artists as of lately, but I gotta hear it from the intro to the exit. That's like some. I'm asking, hey, did you like the album? Somebody started the Dark Matters from Wolf Talking and worked their way to Event Horizon. Like everything is structured and set up for a reason. And if you listen to the tone and mood of the album, if you did it in a reverse way, it seemed like it was up high and kind of like hitting at you, and then he finished out to uplift you. It started low and then he uplift you. The way we heard it sounded like it started up here, then it's like, dang, why we all the way down here? Gotta hear it in how the artist intended for it to be heard, or how the artist intended for us to hear it.
And that's why I asked if that was the last song on the track. I think it was a good outro. You know what I'm saying? Even if it should be an intro, I think that was a good outro. You ain't got to like it or love it. I'm going to praise the Most High regardless. Peace. Drop the mic, I'm out. But
I'm just happy and blessed there's actually people who take the time, effort, and energy. I can speak as an artist. It's time consuming because some of us have families. We have our own thing. It's consuming the art itself. You sit down, you pour yourself out to the Most High, you craft, you go and record it, you invest in it, you take all this time and you put something together. And for people, like, not even everybody's not gonna like everything. Cool, right. Perfect, fine. But when an artist has talent, actual talent, not just, I'm gonna sit back and judge, like actual talent, has enough courage to go and record, has enough within themselves to take the time and effort to put the resources together to complete a project, takes the time and effort and resources to cooperate and collab with other artists and put a project together in dedication to the Most High, clean music, no swearing, appreciate the music for what it is, critique it for what it's not, but appreciate the music for what it is. You know,
we hear you, Ze'ev.
Because I can take you back 4 years. You wouldn't dare listen to the stuff I used to listen to when I was breaking the Sabbath. So now I'm in this walk of life. Like I said, I thought I had to give music up when I got in this walk of life. Now I'm here and I can make music, and I got all these brothers and sisters that can make nice, clean music too. I'm finna appreciate it for what it is. But
you know that. Sorry to cut you. That there's another topic for another day. But what makes it a sabbatical song versus a regular song? Even though it's clean music, is all the music that you make good for Shabbat, or is it just good for us as Hebrew Israelites? You understand what I'm saying? I think sometimes we say just because we throw God in the lyrics that, all right, I can listen to it on Shabbat, but I think that's another topic for another day that we could go through, and you could, talk about it with us.
That is a great. We can tackle that. We definitely can. Cause I could we ain't gonna even open that can of worms. Cause I can be like me telling the truth about my life and past and trying to be a lesson to others who are not in this walk of life at all. Like, you gotta have, when you go up and you give a message on Yom Shabbat, you got to know how to connect and get to people. I'm in this walk of life, but I make music for it. Could be a brother or sister like, oh, you do music, and not in this walk of life. Like, dang, that hit different. They can probably relate because they like, dang, you did that too. Like, please forgive me. Like, dang, you was out here like that, and you found God. So define sabbatical music. Is it sabbatical because it's not pleasing to your ears and eyes? Could it be sabbatical for the person who's not in this walk of life and they trying to find Yah and they like, man, I'm from like listen to the newer tracks I made. But define sabbatical music, because we had a topic, we had topics in discussion all earlier on the Sabbath. It was those sabbatical topics and discussions. Whenever we're talking about something positive and we're gearing it towards the Most High and trying to educate and elevate, isn't that the whole point of using the Sabbath, to rest, reflect, converse on things? Sometimes music is a reflection of that. So me used to being on the outside looking in, this sabbatical term, I'm not gonna even go there because I'm gonna say a lot of us ain't even keeping the Sabbath, but that's not for me to do.
Bro.
No, it's
Tell him why you mad, son. Tell him why you mad. See, I be wondering why people don't keep the Sabbath.
All right. So anything else? I gotta go. I'm on fumes.
Yeah.
Try to hold up as long as I could.
This was good. This was a good night.
Anybody, y'all got your well, I'm gonna close it out by saying thank you all for hanging in there with us. I know the usual crowd is there. We getting some new people. Thank you all for tuning in. I'd like to thank once again our brother Ze'ev for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
And giving us insight.
Special uninvited guest.
And
I crashed the party. Love you, YisraEL. I love y'all. I love my people.
Yeah, so
Chief, you gotta play the closing songs though.
He got a
Don't
new
just
EP
hang up.
coming out.
We hanging up.
No, he gotta play the ending songs. He can't. He did that last time.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna.
You saw him sleeping in the last two songs.
I ain't gonna make it, bro. If I play those two songs, then I'm gonna go into a deep sleep. I'm gonna be done.
So and I'm sure gonna be in the comment feed like, "Wake up,
the
Craig."
Embarrassment, bro.
I'm gonna sure be in the comment feed. Wake up, Craig.
Wake up, Craig.
Get up, Craig. Craig, get up.
I'd like to thank all of you once again. Condolences go out to Chief Elazar's family, Doc Rofe, one of my teachers, as you know, growing up, who instilled in us the Torah and how to eat and things of that manner. Like I say, he was Dr. Sabi before I knew him before anything about Dr. Sabi came out. He was doing it, getting cancer out of people, doing all that type of stuff. So one of these days I'll come out here and I'll talk about it. But he'd be missed. If you knew him, you knew his personality, you knew how he was. So Chief, we're gonna miss you. May the Most High God bless your memory. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
With that, I say shalom. Shalom, y'all. I pray that the Most High God be with us all. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, shalom.